is now called to order. Could I please have everyone silence any audible devices you may have? And would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberties and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you for joining us this morning in the chambers and those of you who are on the PLDRC webinar. There are forms at the rear of the dais back here that anyone wishing to speak to any of the cases today, if they would like to fill it out, whether it's for or against, and hand it to Ms. Brantley to my immediate left. And she will get those to me, and I'll make sure that you're heard today. Ms. Brantley, could I please have the roll call?
Yes, sir. Member Feller?
Here.
Member Young?
Present.
Member Shelley?
Here.
Member Bender?
Here.
Member Costa?
Here.
Member Sixma?
Here.
Chair Mills.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Brantley. We do have minutes from December 16, 2021 this morning to consider. Any discussion on those minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve them.
I'll second.
Yeah, I've got a motion to approve the minutes from December 16, 2021 by Mr. Sixma and a second from Mr. Young. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I've got a few statements here to make this morning. So for those of you joining us this morning through the webinar, after staff has presented your case today and the commissioners have had an opportunity to ask any questions of staff, Ms. Cushings will engage your mics. At that time, I will ask you to state your name and address for the record. This will give you an opportunity to add any pertinent information and answer any questions the commissioners may have about your case. We also have requests to speak for and against the cases being heard today. And when the case is being heard and it's time to have public participation, for those of you who are joining us in the chambers, I will ask you to come forward so you can be recognized. And for those of you who are joining us through the webinar, Ms. Cushings will engage your mic so you can be recognized. At that time, I would like for you to state your name and address for the record. And we will be limiting you to a 3-minute time limit this morning. And I will give the commission an opportunity to ask any questions they may have for you. After the comments have been heard, I will give the applicant an opportunity to address any concerns and speakers have and answer any questions the commissioners may have. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Sorio for legal comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is for the Commission and for the members of the public that decisions by this body on special exception cases and cases which rezone real property from one classification to another pursuant to the zoning ordinance are recommendations only to the County Council, and they do not constitute a final hearing. So new evidence may be introduced at the County Council final public hearing. But decisions on variances made by this body constitute final action subject to an appeal to County Council. And what this means is that no new evidence may be presented at the time of the County Council public hearing on the appeal. An aggrieved party that appeals such a decision is confined to the record made before this body. And hearings by this body on rezonings, special exceptions, and variances are quasi-judicial in nature, meaning that this body is acting more like a court and must take into account all oral, written, or demonstrative evidence presented. These cases, their decisions on these cases must be based on competent substantial evidence on the record. And competent substantial evidence has been defined as that evidence a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sorio. And while we're on legal comments, I would like to ask the commission to disclose for the record any ex parte communications that have occurred before or during the public hearing at which a vote is to be taken on any quasi-judicial matter. And I'll start to immediate right with Mr. Feller.
I have spoke to Suzanne Schreiber about CPA 21015, which does not require disclosure of ex parte, but since there is an attached or a secondary rezoning with that, I figured I would just disclose that we discussed that case. And then I have no new communications other than there is a continued case that I've already disclosed. Thank you.
None.
Just for the sake of caution,
I happened to walk into the building with Glenn Ritchie Jr., who happens to be a neighbor of one of the applicants on here. So just for the sake of that, it was no ex parte communication, but wanted to just make that known in case someone had a question.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley.
None.
I had a conversation with one of the letter writers on CPA 22-06, just briefly going over that case.
Okay. Did Mr. Sixma?
None.
And I have none. Okay. We do have an item to be withdrawn this morning. Or is it continued or withdrawn?
It's continue, the request is to continue.
Okay. And that is case V 22-034. Does anybody have any opposition for it to be continued?
No.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll be glad to make a motion for the continuance of item V-22-034. Is there a date certain for that?
No, they asked
That's-
to not have a date certain. They are trying to figure out how to move forward.
Perfect.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
that. I'll second that then, with an unknown extension.
Okay. We got a motion to continue case V-22-034 for Ms. Shelley and a second for Mr. Young. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Before we get started this morning on new business, could I get a show of hands who are here for the case CPA 22006?
That's the Steinhardt case that's on Taylor Road.
Yeah, if you just give me a show of hands, because I think I'm going to move that up. We have so much public participation this morning. I'd hate to have you sit here all day to wait to hear that. And the other case I am interested in is CPA 2205. How many people are here for that? Okay, about evenly split here. Okay. Well, we're going to move these up, and I'm going to go ahead and start with the first one that was on the agenda. If the applicant is here today, is he here or she?
Mr. Chair, which first one is this? The
CPA 220005. Is the applicant here today?
no, this is Cole Chicanis and Alexandra Perez. Is CPA 22005.
Right. There was quite a few hands for that also. That's the reason I'm moving that up also. Okay, I don't think the applicant is here. Oh, they are here. Okay. So, well, let's go ahead and move forward with that case, and
What item is that, Mr. Chair?
and I'll have Ms. Shelley read it into the record.
005.
This one.
That one right there. Okay, Ms. Shelley, if you'll read that into the record.
Case number CPA-22-005, a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment from the Urban Medium Intensity UMI Future Land Use Designation to the Rural Community RLC designation.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And Mr. Hanson, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Michael Hanson from Planning Development Services. CPA 22005 is the subject location is on the west side of Matanzas Street, which is approximately 260 feet south of Cassadaga Road over in Lake Helen, as you can see on the aerial photography there. The applicants are requesting a small-scale future land use amendment for 6 parcels that total approximately 3.72 acres from that urban medium intensity to the rural community. The applicants also have 2 adjacent parcels to the east of these 6. Their intent is to have the future land use change to match the other 2 adjacent parcels that they have that are already rural community. There's a companion rezoning going on with this And the intent is for the applicants to combine all 8 parcels as one, where they plan to use it as a site for a single-family residence. So directionally around this, the subject properties that we're looking at, to the north of the subject properties, it has an urban, medium intensity, and rural communities. So there are approximately 3 subject properties immediately north that are R4 with the UMI future land use element to them. Otherwise, essentially along Matanzas Street, it acts as a bifurcation of where this future land use line is on a map. So on the east side of where you see Matanzas, the properties have a future land use of the rural community. So to the east of it is rural community. The existing use to the north is a single-family residence, and then also some vacant undeveloped parcels and undeveloped right-of-way as well. Continuing on the north, but on the east is undeveloped platted right-of-way and vacant undeveloped, that's rural community. The south of the property, you have a mixture of urban medium intensity and rural community following along where Matanzas Road is, with the existing use is undeveloped, platted right-of-way and single-family residence. And on the west side is the R4 urban medium intensity, where there is a developed property immediately to the west of the property, and also the one undeveloped right-of-way of Cortez Street. So as I was saying earlier, the applicants have 8 parcels. The 8 parcels together would measure approximately 4.71 acres in size. These 6 parcels are approximately 3.72. The UMI designation, as stated in the future land use element, allows for density of greater than 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. And because of that, that's the reason why we're going through with the comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use from the UMI to the RLC, because it's the applicant's desire to combine these properties. It would not be compatible with the density requirements of the urban medium intensity if we did not go through with this future land use amendment to the. So by switching the future land use to the rural community and extending that a little bit westward, that would be compatible with the applicant's desire to combine all 8 parcels. In the RLC designation, it normally it falls as a subclassification of the rural future land use, which normally requires 1 dwelling per 5 acres. However, because of subdivisions and with density of a lower increased density of 1 to, or within 660 feet, allow a reduction of the one dwelling unit per 5 acres to as low as 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. And as you can see on the proposed, or well, the current future land use, you have a number of, essentially, it's similar to our R1 zoning classification over an incorporated portion of Deltona, which is fairly close to the subject parcels to the southeast. As far as the review criteria, the proposal of changing the future land use from the urban medium intensity to the rural future land use would be compatible with the surrounding area. It's typically a more rural community, even in the area that is currently designated as a urban medium intensity. And the location of the property's development pattern of the area compatible with that designation. Staff finds that the proposed future land use amendment is consistent with our comprehensive plan, policies and criteria as listed in the staff report for the future land use amendment. Under the urban sprawl criteria, this would essentially cause a reduction of the current allowed intensity of the urban medium intensity. So it helped preserve that more rural characteristics of the area. It preserve the agricultural, it create more agricultural potential areas, the transitional agriculture with the accompanying rezoning as well. As far as any impacts on any kind of concurrency monitored facilities, as far as traffic, it would be de minimis. It would be a reduction of what potentially could be developed there. Potable water is within Volusia County, but it's once again making a reduction, so it's de minimis. Sanitary sewer, they would have to be on a on-site septic system. As far as the property rights considerations, which is still a relatively new piece of our staff reports, staff believe that the proposed comprehensive plan amendment implicated consideration 2, which is the right of the property owner to use, maintain, develop, improve his or her property for personal use or for the use of any other person subject to state law and local ordinances. The property owner has the right to improve their property. However, any improvements are subject to, obviously, the applicable future land use designation and zoning classifications. It's staff recommendation that the future land use amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommends forwarding the application case number CPA 2022-005 to the County Council with the recommendation for approval and transmit to the Volusia County or Volusia Growth Management Commission for certification. I will stand for any potential questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any questions for staff?
I have a quick question. I just want to make sure I'm doing this math right. Under the current zoning and allowed uses, they could potentially, on this 3.72 acres, have somewhere between 12 to 24 units combined?
Yes, in the urban medium intensity, it allows for densities between 4 dwelling units to 8 dwelling units per acre. So
it could be apartment complex for the most part, small apartment complex, easily.
Yes, in the future land use element for the urban medium intensity, it allows for things like that as far as like duplexes and even residential commercial avenues as well.
And just so I'm understanding this right, they're trying to get this, we're trying to rezone this so that it becomes a single family.
Yes, sir.
Use.
The intent is to take these 6 parcels, have them match the rural community future land use, and then with the companion rezoning to the A3 transitional agricultural use, have the applicants then combine all 8 parcels together as one conforming A3 parcel with a future land use of rural community, and then develop it with single family residence.
What is the max use or max capacity on that, on the new zoning? How many units per acre? Is it just one?
If they go through with the combination of all 8 parcels to one, it would be just one single family.
Family for that entire parcel then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Mr. Feller?
Question, the combination of the 6 parcels with the 2 existing parcels that are already zoned, is that in the CPA or is that in the rezoning?
So because the 2 existing parcels that already have the correct zoning, they're not necessary for the actual CPA or rezoning. It's just trying to get these 6 parcels that are, as far as the subject cases, to match the correct zoning, so that way they can be combined through the land development process for a lot combination.
Thank you, that, I understand now, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Hanson, just to clarify for the people that are here, we're reducing the densities rather than increasing it by going forward with this CPA, correct?
Yes, sir, we are substantially reducing the potential intensity
Yeah.
and density of the property by going through with the CPA and the companion rezoning.
That's what, okay. Hearing no other questions, is the applicant present? Could I get you to come forward, please? You've heard the
Morning.
staff report. Good morning. You've heard the staff report this morning. Could I get your name and address,
Yes.
please?
So our current address is 510 South Cedar Ave in Orange City. That's where we reside. My first name is Cole. My last name is Chicanis, my wife.
Alexandria Perez.
Okay. You've heard the staff report this morning. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes. First off, to our neighbors, our plan in this whole movement is to actually, as you just said, reduce what the plots were intended to be to a single-family home. It's very simple. We don't plan to, and what could intend be duplexes. That's not our intention at all here. We want a single-family home. We want the property. We want our property and be kind of left to be. From moving forward on this, some of our neighbors, which are here, and I would like to have met you a better way than in a meeting like this, but in a sense, the property, since we've purchased, 8 months, a year ago?
We had a 10-month closing because of the intersection of Casadega and Matanzas. Physically is not a true intersection. It is an S-turn to get through. The reason for a long closing is we gave some property to the county so that they could eventually create a true intersection to Matanzas and Casadega. We've been nothing but compliant to move forward on a
safe,
single-family home.
engineered crossing, coming straight across Matanzas that way. It's on a hill, long story short. We moved it properly. And from now, since we've had this property, it's under construction to a point to where we're here right now. So some of the neighbors that have come onto the property, which we have cameras and have taken photos of, is under construction. It's a construction site. It's not clean, okay? I can assure you that when we finish our project, it'll be a very nice property and something that is a single family home, and it is not abundance, and there's not a lot of people coming through. It's just me and my wife. We have no kids. We have a dog. That's it. That's all we want. So with that being said, do you have anything else, hon?
If house plans do want to be seen, we do have that.
We already have house plans for the single family home. That's
We
it.
just want an address to move forward.
Okay, we do have public participation this morning on this case. So after they speak, I will give you an opportunity to answer any questions they may have or any rebuttal to what they say, okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Mr. Fowler, go ahead.
You said that there's already construction started.
Yeah. So
That started pre-permits?
that was it's brush clearing
The
and
land
whatnot.
clearing.
Yeah, but I have all my burn permits and everything in sight. We've already had.
So we're not talking about like footers being
No,
done or
no,
anything?
no,
Okay, I
sir.
just
No,
want to make
sir.
sure that
No,
you-
no, no, no.
you
No,
said
and I have all the
construction site.
pre-construction stuff organized and all
Construction
together.
used.
So you have not started?
Yeah,
any
loosely.
construction
It's
without
not
permits?
actual
Yeah.
like permitting
All right,
construction. Yes,
thank you.
sir.
That's just a clarification.
Yeah.
Thank
No,
you.
sorry.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Let's start off with our public participation. Cole Chicanis? Oh, okay. Got it. Diane Wolak. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Diane Wallach, 955 Casadega Road, Lake Helen. I'm butting up to that property. First of all, there is no sign, no permit box regarding this meeting. I have been woken up in the middle of the night between 10 and 12:30, hearing a dump truck slap about 10 loads of whatever, I don't know. This has happened twice. They have burned 25 to 30-foot stacks of brush, timber, whatever, to the point where one of the times the fire station was called, I guess, because the fire trucks were there. Somebody had left the stack still burning. Nobody was there. I have my concerns about my property value. I have concerns about this doing things that seem to be done at night and not during the day. My husband was out there. He actually went into our neighbor's yard to see, and they were doing with the, what is it? Bobcat, clearing the property between 10 and 12:30 at night. So, whatever's going on, I have big concerns. It's underhanded. That's all I have to say.
Any questions for the
I have a
speaker?
question, actually.
Mr.
Go
Feller?
ahead. Do you want to go? Go ahead. My question is, you say it's underhanded, and when you say it's underhanded, why is that?
Well, why would it be done at 10 o'clock to 12:30 in the morning?
That's not,
Isn't
yeah.
there a time, a quiet time?
I don't know that for your area. My next question to you would be, would you prefer to have 24 units built on this property or one
I
house?
don't, and I don't want to,
Curiosity, I'm just
listen,
curious, yeah.
I don't want to have feuds with neighbors. He's got a business. I don't want something being put on that property because he's been doing things at night, not during the day. I'm afraid there's going to be other things put on that property that is going to devalue our values.
I guess when we get back to we'll get clarified that one house can be built on this property, but I think that's what the staff report said.
Okay.
Right now, there's gravel over everywhere. I have pictures.
Mr. Young?
We're just addressing the area.
I understand, from
You
what I
have, but you have no problem other than the
if it's a
night
one-family
thing.
house, no, I have no problem.
Okay, that's what I wanted. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, also, Joseph Wolak?
Yeah, I don't need to say, my wife brought up most of the things.
All right, sir.
We're not against.
Okay, that's what we're addressing here today, by the way. We're just addressing the future land use and the rezoning today. All right, and I also have Ms. Vega,
Yes. Hello, my name is Gabrielle Vega, 965 Casadega Road. I just have a couple of questions with the rezoning. The first question was, how is that going to affect my property since I am adjacent to him? The second question was, is it going to devalue my property? Third question was, if it gets rezoned, and I know they were talking about having a single-family resident there, can they make that into a dump site as well with the rezoning they're wanting to do? That's the same question when they were asking what.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Ms. Sori, can we take the rezoning questions now?
Well, Michael, did we present both applications for the CPA and the rezoning all at once, or was it just the? Right. My recommendation is to hold off on the rezoning questions.
That's
This is
what I thought.
currently the.
Okay.
Then,
I'm gonna have you come back up in just a moment it's just a formality, okay?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, that looks like all the public participation forms I have for the CPA case. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak to this case? Hearing none, the applicant, would you want to rebuttal to what was said, or you want to let it go? You want to come forward?
Because I do have a question as well.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Feller. You have a question?
Do you have anything to say first? Or
As far as the overnight work, honestly, that was asphalt millings. That's milled at night on I-4, actually going eastbound. I have a connection with asphalt millings. It's to improve my house, the driveway and everything, and our road, which me and my good friend Brett Lundquist, which is my next door neighbor, take care of our road that our neighbors are coming in on. So I think that we, instead of holding up the meeting, we can actually talk and work things out rather than holding up the meeting. So
Okay.
So my only question is, I mean, and just because it was brought up, people are saying, are you doing a business? Are you doing something else? I mean, home-based businesses are something that are allowed in Volusia County with certain rules.
So
Is there something that you'd like to address with what they've said?
So I own a landscaping company. We do have tractors, and we obviously have done a little bit of work on site, moving the material around. That's the issue that they had at night. I can assure you that's not what it's going to be like every single night. We got the loads in, we're done. But my business is actually at the address that I gave you guys earlier, the 510 South Cedar.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, let's move on with this. We're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or motion. I would just like to make a comment. Anytime we can reduce densities, I'm all for it.
You're good, Jay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we, case CPA 22-005, submit it to the county commission with a recommendation of approval and submit it to VGMC for certification.
I'd second that.
Okay, and any discussion on the motion? Mr. Bender, you had a comment you'd like to make?
I'm very familiar with that area. I grew up out there, and it's a relief to me to finally see somebody come in here wanting to reduce the density instead of building on 40-foot lots. I'm thrilled to death.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite.
The continuation of that, I hope that you'll continue to work with your neighbors on things if this sounds like it's going to do.
Okay.
Right. Continue to work with your neighbors on that because I think it is a good thing as well.
All right, any other comments on the motion? Okay, we've got a motion to forward the application case number CPA 22005 to County Council with recommendation of approval and transmit the Volusia Growth Management Commission for certification from Mr. Young and a second from Mr. Feller. Any discussion on the motion there again? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Hanson, can I get the zoning case on this matter?
Good morning once again. Michael Hanson from Planning and Development Services. Rezoning case Z-22-071 is the companion rezoning to the CPA that was just recommended for approval. It's a rezoning from the urban single-family residential R4 classification to the transitional agriculture A3 zoning classification. The location, once again, is on the west side of Matanza Street, approximately 260 feet south of Casadega Road and Lake Kellen. And of the 6 subject parcels, 5 of them are entirely zoned R4. 1 is split zoned R4 and A3. As I mentioned, the future land use line basically follows where Matanza Street was on the previous case. The zoning classification line on the maps follows along the same line that the future land use does. So the 2 parcels that the applicants have are already on the right or east-hand side of this are already the correct zoning with the A3. They seek to rezone these other 6 parcels so that they're entirely A3. And then from there, with the combination to create one conforming A3 parcel. An A3 transitional agriculture parcel requires a minimum of 1 acre with a lot width of 150 feet. So as is with some of the individual parcels that make up the composition of the 6 parcels, currently they would be, a few of them would be non-conforming to the 1 acre minimum. So it might be pragmatic to add a condition that, subject to a rezoning, that the applicants do combine these parcels. That way the subject parcels are conforming to the zoning classification for A3. On the north side of the property, you have 3 properties that are zoned R4. Then you have a portion that is A3. As you're aware, there's some of the neighbors here that actually live right on the north side of the property. Otherwise, the zoning on the east side is all A3. On the south side is a mixture, once again, of R4 and A3, following along the zoning classification line that follows along Matanzas. On the west side is all R4 zoning, and there's a undeveloped platted right away on 2 sides of the property plus Matanzas. So there are 3 front yards for this particular subject area. So if they were to go through with the proposed rezoning plus the lot combination, we'd be looking at essentially creating a property that would have 3 front yards. Once again, the rezoning from R4 to A3 would be keeping with the surrounding areas as far as its rural characteristics. It would allow essentially agricultural pursuits to potentially be allowed on the property as well. And as you can see, that most of the surrounding properties are developed as larger residential properties that maintain a rural characteristic as well as far as the development pattern. The setbacks for the zoning classification, if the rezoning is granted, would be 40 feet from the front, which would be once again on the east, west, and south sides of the combined parcels, and 25 feet on the side yard, which also is a portion of the east, but also on the north side of the parcel. As far as the criteria for the case, if the companion future land use amendment is approved by the county council, it would be compatible for the A3 zoning classification if that future land use is changed to the rural community. Once again, this rezoning would create a less intense use than what is currently allowed on the properties. The R4 zoning classification allows a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet with a minimum lot width of 75 feet. So the proposed rezoning would definitely create a reduction of what could potentially be developed on the property. As far as continued analysis, rezoning the parcels to a less intense use would likely have a lesser impact upon the environment than what could potentially be done as is with the current zoning. It's not anticipated to have an effect upon the economy of the area, nor changes in any of the conditions or consideration or circumstances affecting the area. And there do not appear to be any mistakes that was made with the original zoning classification for the properties. We don't anticipate the rezoning to have an effect upon the use or value of the affected area as well. The property rights consideration, staff believe that rezoning could implicate considerations 2 and 4. And the applicant, once again, has the right to improve their property, but is subject to local law and ordinances which prohibit combination of lands for the use of one single-family residence. If not assembled and rezoned in the proposed manner, the parcel would not be able to be sold to other persons and still receive a development permit due to combination parcels that are individually non-conforming. So that goes back to the point that I made, that if there isn't a combination that happens of the parcels, several of these would be made so that they would be non-conforming. So it's recommended for probably adding a condition to ensure that the parcels are combined so that they be conforming to the zoning classification. Staff's recommendation was to forward the rezoning case, or rezoning application case number Z22-071 to County Council for final action with a recommendation for approval. At this point, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Who had a question?
Yes.
Mr. Yo?
Just to clarify, the third side is you're considering Matanza is the third side for the frontage street?
So with the 6 subject parcels that this just deals with, there is a portion of parcels that is immediately to the east. So they would be considered side yards until such time that the lot combination was done that would create all 8 parcels, in which case when it's combined with the other 2 parcels that are immediately east of them, then that would be a front yard because then there'd be Matanza Street there.
Yeah, that little section you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's not going through. That's just a little.
So the 2 parcels that aren't part of this are already the correct zoning, so they're not needed to go through with the rezoning. So once the rezoning occurs and the companion CPA amendment, it would allow the applicants to combine the 6 parcels with the other 2 parcels that aren't part of this. So essentially what would have been a side yard setback moves over to the street, which turns into a front yard setback. So that's why I talked about there'd be 3 front yards.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and this is just a formality, but being that it was a companion case, I did not have Ms. Shelley read it into the record. So Ms. Shelley, at this time, will you please read it into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Case number Z-22-071, a rezoning from the urban single-family residential R4 classification to the transitional agricultural A3 zoning classification.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Okay, now that we have that cleared up, Mr. Costa.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, a couple questions for you, just for clarification, and I think it might quell some of the comments from the audience. R4 zoning, strictly residential, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in R4, are you allowed to have a home-based business?
Yes, home-based businesses were due to and actually changed about 6 months ago to reflect the state statute 955.559. So it's currently uncodified in our actual code of ordinances, but it was ordinance 2021-34. And then it would change the language under section 72 I believe it was 285 or something like. Okay. I'd have to double check, but as is before the amendment to the code went through, we ran home-based businesses as either A type or B type. That was changed to be compliant with the state statute that passed last summer. Mm-hmm. So yes, our 4 zoning classifications do allow for a home-based business as well.
Then we go to A3. Now we're agricultural.
Yep, A3 would allow for a home-based business as well, but
small farm.
It also allows for agricultural pursuits.
So a small farm, potential cattle.
Yes, sir.
Maybe. Can they stockpile this yard?
So under the permitted uses for the A3 zoning classification, it talks about, let's see. It allows for, except those permitted special exceptions listed under all agricultural pursuits, including the processing, packing, storage, and sale of agricultural products which are raised on the premises allowed. Apiaries, which is harvesting bees and honey, that's allowed. Aquacultural operations, which are no associated excavations. Aviaries for having birds. Cell phone towers not higher than 70 feet. Essential utility service, exempt excavations. And there's a reference to refer to section 72-29315. Exempt landfills would potentially be permitted with this reference to follow subsection 72-293
But those exceptions would require another hearing.
It is my understanding that they would.
They're not guaranteed by right. In other words, they're an exception, correct?
So under...
I believe because they are exempt excavations, excavations are a very broad term. So anytime you're working on your land, technically you're doing an excavation. So anything from doing like hand clearing, that's an excavation. And we call those exempt excavations because we're not going to issue you a permit for doing something so trivial. The excavations you are worried about are your non-exempt ones. Those are your borrow pits. So those require another hearing and actually require approval by council. So we use those terms very broadly. So exempt excavation and exempt landfill, I think much, much smaller. Like you've got a pile of.
So A3, we're looking primarily at a single-family home, potential small farm.
Yep.
Potentially a home-based business operating out of there as well. With almost 5 acres, he can easily have some outbuildings.
Yeah, it could be possible. With the combination of all 8 parcels, it measures about 4.71 acres. They can have their home, they could have outbuildings like you're talking about, possibly a pole barn or something like that, whatever, they would be interested in having, or detached garage, as long as it meets the applicable zoning code and requirements.
And looking at some of these aerials, we've got some larger parcels and looks like more of a rural area in that section than a high-density type neighborhood.
Yeah, the parcel right to its immediate west after the unopened right-of-way is larger than this particular area for the subject parcels, and it's definitely follows along. But you can see throughout the aerial right there that the whole surrounding area, for the most part, is very rural characteristics, except for the incorporated section of Deltona that you see in the southwest corner.
Sure. So, potentially it could be what's down on the very bottom of the screen without the zoning changes. 4 to 6 units an acre.
Without the companion CPA amendment with from UMI to RLC, that density would allow for something similar to that.
Very good.
Now, as far as because the UMI would allow for potential duplexes, however, they'd still have to go through to R6, which would be spot rezoning, so it would probably be unlikely.
Thank you.
Okay, my question is for legal. Can we add a condition that would require them to combine those?
We don't do conditional rezoning. So what it does, the effect is it's actually required of them, because what you're doing is if you rezone those parcels, and if council rezone those parcels, a majority, if not all of those parcels, become non-conforming as to size for the zoning classification. And because they own those properties, our land development code kicks in, and they are required to combine them to have a conforming zoning provision.
That's what I thought.
As long as they're under the understanding that they would have to combine those parcels.
We could. Okay, so that we can't do that. All right. Any more questions for staff? Could I have the applicant come forward again, please? And I could get your name and address again for the record.
Yes, it's Cole Chicanis. Current address is 510 South Cedar Ave, Orange City, Florida.
Okay.
Alexandria Perez.
Thank you very much. You've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Really, no. I'll just thank you guys for your time, and you guys know our position on it, so thank you for having us.
Okay. Any questions?
One quick question, or more of a statement. I'd say you have the plans for your house. What's the square footage of the house, just out of curiosity?
18,000.
18,000?
It's 17.
1,800.
1,800.
Sorry, I wish. No kidding.
I mean, no
I was just you're going to have a football
A few
field.
of these 18,000 square foot single-family homes come up before.
Hey, she wishes.
1,800 square foot. So obviously, when you start to go through land development, you'll see lot coverage and size of your property, or height coverage and all that stuff. So just keep that in mind as you move forward. You're probably fine with it at 1,800.
Yeah.
I doubt you're going to see 45 feet in height with 1,800 square foot house. But
one thing I would like to mention and to clarify, the pile that is on site that we have burned, I have had the permitting come out, and I have the permitting for the pile that we burned first. It was inspected by the Division of Forestry. I have that paperwork, so completely legal on that. So.
Thank you. All right. I do have one participation form, and I'll give her a chance to come back up if you'd like to have a seat, and I'll give you a chance to respond. Okay, Ms. Vega, if you'd like to come forward now.
Yes.
Now's the time to ask her
Yeah.
those questions if they haven't already been answered.
No, I just have two now. Is this rezoning, I know it's going to change their property. Is it going to affect mine in any way, or is it just going to leave my property be?
Can I get a clarification really quickly? Where is your property? You
It's
said
on the west side.
on the west side.
The 4.5 acres on the west side.
So you're that large parcel to the west?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No.
No? Okay. And one more question is just for clarification for me. Is it going to affect the easement that's on my east side as well, or no?
No.
No? Okay. Then that's all the questions I have.
Just a clarification, where's the proposed access for this site? Is it on Matanzas?
Yeah, it was on Matanzas Road from what they were saying here.
So currently no plans to improve or to pull any permit on the, I guess, the easement that's between your property and the subject property?
No, I did not want to do anything with the easement or anything like that. That's why I just wanted to double check and see if there was going to be any type of development on that easement, like make it into a road, or if it's just going to stay where it is.
Ms. Jackson, could you
I believe
answer
that's the question for the applicant. Where is the applicant's
Yeah, the applicant
access?
needs to answer where his driveway is proposed.
that? Okay.
We need to reintroduce.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
You've already
as Mr. Hanson mentioned, once all 8 parcels are together, our front yard will be off of Matanzas.
We have no intentions to have any access to the easement behind us. We want to keep that rule.
Okay.
Use more than we need. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Vega?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is the last public participation forum I have for this case. Is there anyone that'd like to speak to this case? And do we have anybody on the webinar? Are
No,
we
sir.
having difficulty with the webinar? Can we get rid of the webinar? Okay. All right, we're going to close this case to public participation, open it up for commission discussion or motion.
I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Costa.
Make a motion that we forward the rezoning application, case number Z-22-071 to County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, I got a motion from Mr. Costa to forward the rezoning application case Z-22-071 to County Council for final action with recommendation of approval, and a second from Mr. Bender. Any discussion on the motion?
I do have one quick thing, Chair, before we close it, is just to say that you had mentioned that there was no posting of it. I know that the county does post the orange signs and a neighboring adjacent property owners. If you're adjacent, you should have gotten a certified letter from then the posting, and it was made public in all of the information. Guarantee you that.
We wondered why the sign wasn't put up in the permit box.
Okay, let's,
Yeah,
let's,
not permits, but it's
let's
just
go
the
ahead and
signs.
move
Yeah.
on.
Thank you.
And any discussion on the motion?
About that piece.
We're
Oh, sorry.
moving on. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Miss,
Mr. Chair, if we could, we're having trouble with the GoToMeeting. It's not loud enough for the audience at home. And so our technicians would like us to take a little bit of a break so that they can try to fix that situation so people at home can hear our discussions.
How much time do you need, sir? 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we're going to come back and move forward. Then we will hear the case for the next majority of the people that are here.
Hi, Parker.
Guys, we'll see each other later. Yeah.
Excuse me, thank you.
Hi,
How you doing, sir?
John. Joe? Oh, okay. We're the
Oh, in the back? In the back?
Yeah. We're under the Gray House in Casadega, Gray White House.
So I just want to make sure
Test one. Test one. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. So the outside people can talk, they're just gonna have to listen as of right now. Well, this might fix it, so let's see. So they can talk, I just tested that again. We can hear anyone from outside coming in. They'll just have to move to.
There'll be a delay. I agree. I'm sorry about that.
Well, the audio live stream shouldn't be too much of delay. I wouldn't use YouTube.
It's like arguing a political point with the opposite party sometimes.
There we are.
It's just,
Yeah, just watch it on the phone.
You got your notes. It's been posted. I think that people feel like there's this underhanded backside, like everybody's trying to hide something. I don't like perpetuating that side, so I just wanted to So I'm sorry about that. No, you're good. We're out of line.
This I wouldn't use. It's just got too many buttons.
There's
no way to know what's doing what.
Keep it moving.
Okay, microphone.
It's in Daytona for a friend of ours that's moving in town, and she's like, "This is the one."
Test 1, 2. Test 1.
Stopping, taking off. Showing time wherever else I go to sign up.
Okay. Somehow I'm. Test 1, 2. Yep, you're fine now.
You better hold up. What lane you there?
If you got a buyer, it's bad.
Test 1.
Okay. No.
Cash offer affects the inspector.
Oh my gosh. But that doesn't give me any hope for my 3-2 that I had a 2.
I had 17 offers. 17 offers. And 9 or 10 of them were way above.
Right. So you know what's driving me crazy? What's driving me crazy I know, you have to be. I'm so crazy right now, these people are putting offers and these things, offers that I have prepared on this one. No inspection, I waive the inspection. Because you have to, because people are doing inspections, and I'm like, I would never recommend this, but.
They took the 285 cash.
Right.
But there was between 95 and 300 offers FHA.
Right. So cash. Well, the other thing is, this house was priced at $209 a square, which for South Daytona area, right on Port Orange border, I'm like, maybe it's $10 a square over.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at it, and they're like, we got 4 offers already, and then at the end of the day, it was 6 offers, and I'm like, man, we got to put in an offer over that. I said,
Check 1, 2.
And again, it's got a South Daytona address, so, and it's east of Nova Road, so I'm like, you know.
So,
Those houses you're hard pressed to get, but this is a cute little neighborhood and it's a great, great little house, so I'm telling you, it's like, I tell them, I said, I'm not usually the one that sits here and says this, but if we walk it today, I mean, she's in Ohio. I'm gonna walk it with her brother-in-law, who's a contractor, and make our opinion right there, and we may put in the offer with no inspection clause at that point. But I mean, that's ridiculous. Can you imagine spending $250,000 with no inspection? I mean, that's how it goes. I know. I know. It's scary.
Local buyers are cashing out. Even like New York, they're all coming from. They can't get California. Everybody's leaving the market. Since January 1st for 7 old.
I'll wait for you. I know. How you doing, brother? We were gonna try to come out and see you.
Last week on the Saturday night on the Port Shelf.
Okay, let's get back to business now. We've had our little recess here, and Ms. Shelley, can I get you to read the next case in the
Yes, sir,
record,
you
please?
can. Case number CPA-22-006. I'm looking for my agenda. Put out your agenda real quick. Thank you. Oh, thank you. And that is small-scale comprehensive plan amendment from the Environmental Systems Corridor, ESC, future land use designation to the rural designation, and from the rural R future land use designation to the Environmental Systems Corridor, ESC designation.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And this is Ms. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I am going to do one presentation that covers this case and the following case. They are companion cases. The following case is Z-22079. But they have to be voted on separately.
Right.
Should we read both of them in then?
Mr. Chair, I would recommend you read both of
Yes,
them in.
Go
okay.
ahead and read
Then
the
also, companion case Z-22-079, rezoning from the Resource Corridor RC zoning classification to the Rural Agricultural RA zoning classification, and from the Rural Agricultural RA zoning classification to the Resource Corridor RC zoning classification.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Okay, Ms. Jackson.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we're going to be using a lot of letters this morning. So the property that this is associated with is addressed as 1781 Taylor Road in Port Orange. It's located east of Taylor Road, approximately 4,200 feet southeast of the intersection of Taylor Road and Crane Lakes Boulevard, and it abuts Spruce Creek on the south. So this case it's a swapping of land use of a approximate 2,580 square foot portion of a 5-acre parcel. And the amendment to the comprehensive plan is from Environmental Systems Corridor land use designation to the rural land use designation, and then the companion rezoning is from Resource Corridor to Rural Agriculture zoning designation. But then it is also a switching or a swapping of that land use to change what's the proposed change for ESC to rural. The equivalent amount of land is being changed from rural to ESC, and the same with the zoning from RA to the RC corridor. So it's swapping land rather than just taking it away from the ESC, the portion of the property that's ESC. And this amendment is due to actually an error in the placement of a single-family home that's currently under construction on the subject property. So I'm going to kind of go through a bit of the background of this. As I said, the subject property is approximately 5 acres, and it's located on Spruce Creek. It has a split future land use of rural and ESC, and the corresponding zoning classifications of rural agricultural and RC. The northern approximate 3.5 acres are designated rural and rural agriculture zoning, and the southern approximate 1.5 acres are designated Environmental Systems Corridor, ESC, and RC, Resource Corridor zoning. So in December of 2020, that's when the current owners purchased the property, and with the intent to build their single-family home on it. At that time, the ESC and RC portion of the lot covered approximately the southern half of the property. Now, where Resource Corridor and ESC corridors split lots, principal and accessory structures are to be located in the area that's not classified ESC RC. Therefore, the proposed house would be required to be located on the north half of the lot outside of those areas. In January of '21, the owners applied to have this boundary administratively adjusted to allow the home to be built further south on the lot, closer to the southern property line and to the creek. The administrative adjustments are authorized pursuant to the comp plan and the zoning code. The administrative adjustment was approved based on the applicant's wetland survey and based on previous history associated with a previous rezoning of this property. And that specific history is that in 2002, the then County Council approved a future land use amendment and rezoning that amended the future land use of the property from ESC to rural on that north portion. At that time, the council directed staff to adjust the ESC-RC line to a line 200-foot parallel to the bank of the creek. Also, a conservation easement was supposed to have been recorded by that previous applicant. That conservation easement was never recorded, and therefore the ESC-RC line was never adjusted to the 200-foot. It stayed up further north on the property. However, when we reviewed that case and that history, and just because the conservation easement had not been recorded, we still felt that that council's direction needed to be upheld. And therefore, the adjustment that was approved in January of '21 reflects that direction, that the ESC-RC line only be moved to 200 feet parallel to the Spruce Creek. So then that adjustment was approved to 200 feet. Then following that, the owners proceeded to pull a building permit for their home, and the building permit was issued in January of '22. Early in the construction process, we require a form board survey. The building department requires that, and that is to ensure that structures are correctly placed on the property. Ideally, the survey is completed prior to any significant construction so that if necessary, adjustments can be made. So in this case, when the form board survey was submitted, it was found that the structure was incorrectly placed on the lot. A corner of the house actually does encroach into the ESC-RC area. It was also found that construction had proceeded well beyond the form board stage, so that makes adjustments to the location of the house difficult and costly. A stop work order has been placed and no further construction can occur until this issue is resolved. So in order to rectify the encroachment without having to tear down the house, the applicants are requesting a further adjustment of the ESC-RC boundary, and therefore this small-scale future land use amendment and rezoning are before you today. The applicant's initial request was to shift the entire ESC-RC boundary down there about 70 feet southward of where their house is, and take that equivalent area and put it up the, would be the east side of their property, like a 25-foot strip up the east side of their property. That would roughly equate to 15,825 square feet. Staff does not support that proposal, as it doesn't uphold the intent of the conservation easement or to protect the cohesiveness and effectiveness of the ESC-RC lands along the creek. So alternatively, staff recommends that only the area of the encroachment of the house and a 20-foot maintenance buffer around that portion of the house that encroaches into the ESC-RC area be the subject of this comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning. That area, the encroachment and the buffer, equate to about 2,580 square feet of the entire property. And it's mitigated, and I should have a graphic up here that is a little bit more clear. So this is where the RC was prior. This is where it is now. And you can see a little bitty corner of the house is within the ESC RC lands. This graphic over here is a graphic based on providing the amendment to this area, but swapping it with lands up the sides of the property right there. And we also have this graphic that shows it as well. So this is the house, this is the area to change from ESC RC to rural and RA, and then that is swapped with these areas here on both sides that would change from rural and RA to ESC and RC. Along with the mitigating of the encroachment with the application of additional ESC RC area up the side, staff also recommends that a conservation easement be recorded over the ESC RC area prior to release of the stop work order on the building permit. Staff does believe that the owners did not intend to construct their house in this protected area. They had measured, when they went out there to set the corners of their house, they measured the 200-foot setback from the creek along their property lines. And you can see right here, if you were to measure just up your property lines, this is where the line comes to, and this is where their house is. So they were outside of that line. They did not know or understand that the requirement was measured parallel to the creek, which pushes the line further up the slope of the lot, and that's where the encroachment occurs. The intent of the 200-foot boundary from the previous council's decision was to protect Spruce Creek. It is recognized as an outstanding Florida water body. It protects the adjacent contributing lands from degradation of environmental attributes. Keeping the home sites away from the creek protects the creek from any kind of stormwater runoff that occurs, you know, when people create lawns and so forth, and end up fertilizing them or whatever. And it also protects the scenic view along the creek to recreationalists using the creek. When we review the criteria, because this is this amendment is not increasing any additional density or intensity of the property, it's a swapping of the land uses, so it has no additional impacts to concurrency monitored facilities, and it also does not trigger the urban sprawl criteria. We have provided several comprehensive plan policies that address this situation. Specifically, policy 12.2.1.2, where it does state that the environmental systems corridor is displayed on the future land use map, is intended to show a generalized location for the corridor. And upon request of an applicant, an administrative boundary amendment may occur based upon review of site-specific information and with the submittal of a wetlands delineation, which the applicants did do. When we review property rights, we do find that this proposed amendment and the associated rezoning implicate consideration 2, the right of the property owner to use or maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for personal use or for the use of any other person, subject to state and local laws. So it is subject to the future land use designation and the associated zoning. So if the PLDRC finds that the proposed amendment is consistent with the proposed comprehensive plan policies regarding environmental systems corridor, future land use, it may find that the future land use amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and forward the application to the county council with a recommendation of approval. We do provide 2 conditions for the comprehensive plan amendment. One being that this amendment is only limited to the 2,580 square feet of environmental systems corridor. And that, secondly, all wetland and environmental systems corridor and resource corridor areas on the property remaining after the amendment are restored in accordance with the Volusia County Habitat and Planting Guidelines and placed in a conservation easement dedicated to Volusia County. The conservation easement shall be in a form acceptable to the county and shall be recorded by the applicant prior to release of the stop. Alternatively, the PLDRC may find that the proposed small-scale amendment is not consistent with a comprehensive plan and therefore may recommend denial to the county council. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know the applicants are available in the audience for further questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions for staff?
I do have one question.
Mr. Feller?
Susan, in the page 39, environmental permitting was saying that it's not recommended, but if it was to be okay with environmental permitting, the two qualifications that they said, an equal amount of RA be rezoned, that's what you've done with the two slices to the left and right, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you just mentioned number 2. Okay, and then my only other question would be, you were saying that with the survey, you didn't think that the landowner or the homeowner was, I mean, they measured from the lot lines of their lot, but because the easement was done, it was done from the water line. It's kind of, we've always had that issue with docks, you know, where it's measured from. So.
Yeah, so you can see on this graphic, if you measure parallel to this line, you come up with this line.
Right.
If you measure just up your property boundaries.
200 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were unaware of the method of measurement, I believe, and in order to get this measurement, they would have had to trespass onto other property to get that. So. And then my only other question for you is, looking at the property to the right, half the house is in that boundary, but it looks like a fairly new house. These, just for clarification, these are in Port Orange, and they don't have the same ESC protection over that land.
Don't. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Well, let's get the applicant to come forward, please. I'll wait to hold my question. I do have a question. Excuse me for a moment. Was there a building permit issued here?
Yes, there was. It was
Okay.
issued in January.
Okay, that's my, okay. Hi.
Hi, good
If
morning.
I can get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, I'm Valerie Steinhardt.
Richard Steinhardt, 1781 Taylor Road.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to it?
I have a little bit to say.
Okay.
We're both lifelong residents of Volusia County, and we grew up in admiration of Spruce Creek and the beauty that surrounds it. Rich is an avid fisherman. He spent many summer afternoons boating in the creek since childhood. And I have family that owns a home on the creek, and every visit to her home, I would be begging to go down to the dock where I could look at the sawgrass and look for any gators in the distance. As a teacher and a firefighter, it was only a dream to ever actually own a piece on this sacred waterway. But then in December of 2020, our realtor called us with a rare opportunity to own 5 acres. And we didn't hesitate. We sold everything we owned and we purchased it. It was a dream come true. Since then, we've done our due diligence to build our dream home and respect the beauty of the waterway. We are not a major land developer, nor are we unaware of the responsibility we have to protect this hidden gem. We're everyday people who are not versed in measuring boundary lines. We started this process by hiring a biologist to come out and mark the wetlands, which is in slide 1.
I'll get yours.
Okay. Thank you. So, go all the way up. I think you're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you can see there on slide 1, the yellow grid shows the wetlands that were marked. There's 0.11 acres of wetlands. And then having those added to the survey to make sure that we followed the guidelines and the measurements, We have had the cleared area measured by Todd Hanna to make sure that we're under the 20% area allowed within the RC area, and that's in slide 2. That's an email from Todd Hanna, and he said that it was 16 point something percent. So we were within the guidelines. There's also a 50-foot upland buffer that you can see there in his email as well. We walked with Brenda from Environmental as she inspected the entire parcel for gopher tortoises and other environmental impacts that may be affected. They did find one near the driveway and one at the front of the property, but the locations were noted and deemed safe to continue with permitting. When we measured for the home site, we carefully measured to ensure that we were behind the 200-foot line, which is slide 4. Yeah, down a little, there you go. Here you can see the survey completed by Halifax Land Surveying, which shows the entire house is in the RA zone. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to us or the surveyor, the proper measurement is a 90-degree angle from the waterway, not the property lines. This miscalculation has placed us in an unfortunate position emotionally, mentally, and financially. And as you can see from the image on slide 5, this is a view from the wall of the home. We can't even see the creek from our home. So placing our house here with a corner of it in the RC zone would not be something we would ever intentionally do. This error has brought our dream build to a screeching halt. It brought on unknown effects from builders and banks, and it cost us $5,000 to be here today. We have gone through the daily motions for the past month trying to stay calm while we feel panic, not knowing the results of our mismeasurements. It has been a lot to bear, and we would like to rectify our mistakes while holding up the integrity of the nature of the creek and honoring our rights and dreams as property owners. In regards to the conservation easement that was discussed in 2002, we are concerned about this simply because of the added financial burden it would bestow upon us, in addition to the cost that we have already had to pay to be here today. Although the financial burden of the conservation easement adds, I would like to make it clear that we are supportive of the actual easement itself, and we have no issues with the restrictions of it. We would like to work with the conservationists to come up with a fair and reasonable plan that would be sure to offer protection needed while working with the situation at hand, and I'm 100% confident it is doable. If you go down to the next slide, please. This is, I'll get into this. According to the staff report, the 200-foot distance was discussed in 2002 to protect the creek from stormwater runoff associated with yards and protect the scenic view of the river bank to passerby recreationalists. Thankfully, this is literally looking at our property from a boat. The line adjustment does not affect this as shown in these images. This is a 50-foot upland buffer. Being that the walls are already up in the house, you can see that it is not visible from the creek. The Spruce Creek frontage on our property is still intact, and it still offers enough distance to protect it from stormwater runoff. When the 200-foot line was determined at that time, it was not an official measurement for scientific purposes. It was rather just an estimate to offer this protection, which we support. Members, it is with great regret we have found ourselves in front of you in this situation, and we ask that you please consider our proposal, which still upholds the end goal of conserving the creek and also allowing us to keep our home. I would like to reiterate that we do want to keep the area within the ESC land use the same. We're willing to add area to equal the amount impacted by the house, and we're not asking for more area to be available for development. We're just changing the location due to an honest mistake. And we would appreciate your time and an opportunity to speak at closing briefly after the public adds their input.
Thank you very much. Any question for the applicant?
I've got one just real quick. How were you made aware that you were encroached in the RC?
Well, when the form board survey came in, it was submitted to them and they found it.
So what they have,
permits and stuff would have been spotted then.
with everything going on with material in this economy, it's been very difficult to get block and concrete and everything. So as we were getting it, the inspectors, the head inspectors were working with us. The form board survey that the county asked for was asked for late on their part, but the head inspector basically gave us the go-ahead to keep going with the concrete because we had concrete coming, we had dates, which was backed up for months. And he said, everything looks good, go ahead and make your pours. And that's where we ended up with the block and the concrete because we were getting approvals from the head inspector. Everything looks good, you're good. So when the form board survey came in, they basically, it puts the house, the house kind of sits, if you move it just a little bit to the left or right, it goes more in or out, as you can see it at that angle. So it's technically just a little corner, the back corner of the house is encroaching on the survey.
Can you go down one more slide? I just want to show them where I did, oh no, go up. It must be up. Sorry. I wish I had a clicker. Up more. I may have accidentally taken it out. Anyways, I was going to show you the view of the house from the creek, but I think it's not on here. Just the distance, it's quite a bit.
Significant distance.
How far along is the house right now?
All the block.
Concrete and block walls. So when all this started, when they found that, we had trusses delivered thinking we were going to have trusses put up. So they're basically sitting in the sand now with all the weather. So we're kind of in a
just
situation.
right at this point, the block is up,
but it's
kind of between block and trusses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Okay, Ms. Shelley?
No, please.
I just have a question. I wasn't even going to ask it, but it is in materials that we were submitted on this. Can you answer any questions about pictures of a dock?
The dock was permitted and everything approved and passed. That's all.
Okay, I just wanted to get that on the
That's all
record
clear
because
with the county.
it looks like it's passed, but I just wanted to get that out there because there's a little packet about the dock.
Yeah.
Sure,
Which I did not see in the picture you showed from the river, so.
It's actually right there, but it's so far you can't see. Like, it's just, it's quite a distance. But the arrow is pointing out where the dock would be.
Okay.
It's in that direction.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question for staff would be, can you confirm that the dock that's there, that's a legal dock and everything, correct?
It has been permitted.
Thank you. That's
Mr. Costa?
You're owner builder, or you have a contractor?
I have a contractor.
You do have a contractor? So at some stage, you had a sign-off prior to the concrete being poured. You had your steel inspection, correct?
Yep. We have everything has been past plumbing, steel, footers, and then it came to the concrete when Sean, the head inspector, came out and looked at all the rebar and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything had been passed, and then he gave me the go-ahead to go ahead and have the concrete, because it was the following day that the concrete was supposed to come.
That was signed off. You were signed off to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We do have some public participation forms.
Mr. Chair, we've got Carrie Lusinger, who's our chief building official, and also in the back, if you have any questions of environmental, we've got Keith Abrahamson, who is our forester, and I think Todd Hanna is back there somewhere.
We'll get you back up here in a few moments because we do have quite a few public participation forms. You can hear what's got to be said here. Yes, if I could get your position, sir.
Good morning. Kerry Lusinger, Chief Building Official.
Okay.
So I just want to give you all a little information on the form board survey requirement and kind of what happened with that situation. We require a form board survey prior to the slab being poured, actually prior to the slab inspection being performed and approved. The form board survey provides us with the setbacks and the finished floor elevation, lets us know that they are within the boundaries that they're supposed to stay. We do not do the slab inspection until we have that form board survey. So with the continuing problems we're seeing in construction world with supply line deficiencies and the lack of labor and those types of things, we've been working with every contractor, all of our customers, to try to keep their jobs moving. We've had situations where they can't get windows. We let them continue with insulation, drywall, whatever they need to do, as long as they can keep the house sealed up and keep it, moisture and elements out. So we've been doing a lot of things like that. So on this particular situation, they were having difficulty getting their surveyor back out to complete the form board survey. So our chief inspector was on site, and it was as a courtesy to look at the work. We had already approved the footer inspection. We had not approved the stem wall or the slab. And again, we don't do those inspections until we have the form board survey, typically. So our chief inspector did he verified that the work was complete. It was per the plans. And it was, again, it was done as a courtesy. No inspections were resulted. The slab inspection, the stem wall inspection, they were not resulted, they were not approved. We did confirm that everything was done properly. At that point, we advised the homeowners that they could proceed, but if they did so at their own risk. And when we received the form board survey, and if it wasn't correct and there was a problem, then that was going to be on them. So that's what happened. The form board survey, we did get it, and they were within the setback. And that's why we're here today.
Okay, but on the permitting process, aren't they required to put a site plan in there showing where the home sits on the
Yes, sir.
property with the survey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, should that not have been caught at that point?
Necessarily. They actually rotated the home site plan to when they actually got to the point they're at now. And when they did that little bit of rotation, it moved into that area.
Okay. So what you're saying is none of when they went out and did the approval on the footers, that even though we didn't have all this information in front of us, it was signed off on and they were told to go ahead?
They were able to get the footer inspection approved. They poured their footers. They set their stem wall block, prepped their slab, and then that's when they would have been ready for the stem wall inspection and the slab inspection. We did not have the form board survey, which is required to do that. Again, we made the exception to try to keep them moving, keep the project going.
Understandable. Okay, any questions?
So, if I understand you correct, though, you're saying that you gave them permission, but then you also said it was on their problem. So
We did not approve the inspections, the slab inspection or the stem wall inspection. Those inspections are currently open. They were never approved or failed. They technically did not happen. We provided them a courtesy visit to say, yes, everything looks good.
but you didn't officially give them the go-ahead.
We could not until we had the form board survey.
Thank you.
But the inspector you have to sign off on it before you can proceed.
This was not a inspection. This was a courtesy visit.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your explanation. Okay, we do have some other public participation forums we're going to get to. Mr. Glenn Ritchie.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Glenn Ritchie Jr., 6053 Spruce Point Circle, Port Orange, Florida.
Mr. Ritchie, there was something you'd like to add to this case?
I'm just here today in support of the Steinhardt family. When they first started this project, I woke up the morning, heard the tractors and stuff going almost a year ago, I guess it's been. First thing I said to my wife was, we're selling. You know, somebody's moving back there. We didn't know if it was going to be a subdivision, townhomes. We didn't know. So after hearing all the commotion in our neighborhood, all of my neighbors going against them without knowing them, I got in my truck and drove around and met Rich and handed him my card, said, hey, welcome to the neighborhood. If you need anything that I can help with, please let me know. I've walked the area of their home, walked their lot and stuff like that, and knowing them, they're no ill will, no ill intentions and stuff, but I know there's a lot of our neighbors that don't agree, didn't want to have this view and everything, and so I understand their concerns because they had the same concerns that I had. But as I got to know him, he explained to me, if you just be patient, let us get in. They don't want to look at our homes as much as we want to look at theirs. So I understand that some of our neighbors are more impacted than I am, but listening to him and his wife talk and their plans, they hope to block everybody out where nobody has to look and see each other's stuff. But I don't have much to say. I think Valerie covered a lot of it, and I just here to show my support today for the family.
Thank you, sir.
I do have one quick question.
Yep.
So I drove the lot too, and it's very hard because I came up the east side of it, thinking that that's where you get to it, and then I realized I saw the mailbox further south, or further to the west side. You live on that road as well, too?
I live, my house is the, if you go back to a different picture, so, okay, see the bottom two, see where that red line touches right there? That's my first property, and the one below it is my second property. That's undeveloped right there.
Undeveloped, and then you have the other house that's just to the
north of that right there.
You're
yes,
in
sir.
the wetland. No, I'm just kidding.
Am I gonna tear down?
You're in City of Port Orange.
City
as
of
well, too.
Port
And again,
Orange.
So, and that's what I was trying to find, was that was the most abutting neighbors other than, you know, the other, and I saw the line. It was very difficult to get to, but I'm glad to know where you are on there. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions?
We don't have any more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Mr. John Baker. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you get your
John
name and
Baker.
address for the record, sir?
Yes, sir. John Baker, 9 Cunningham Lane, DeBerry. Good to see you all again. I hope that you all received and read my little letter. As you noted, I have a long history with Spruce Creek. Volusia County has a very long and I think very honorable history with Spruce Creek. I helped put together the petition for the outstanding Florida waters. The county put in a lot of money. They paid to have it redone in a very engineering-like manner. They took out a lot of my economic analysis of irreplaceable assets section. I guess engineers don't like that stuff. But anyway, they spent a lot of money. It says endorsed and financially supported by Volusia County. Cost them a lot of money to do this. And I outlined a lot of the listed species, the environmental features that are part of the creek. And we've spent a lot of money on public lands adjacent to Spruce Creek. I've outlined the comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies that I believe not only support, in my personal opinion, your attorney may disagree with me, should compel you to maintain that buffer. I also point out a court case where people built something they shouldn't have built and had to tear it down, a multi-million-dollar apartment complex. They knew they were violating the law. The county knew they were violating the law, and they did it anyhow. And the walls came tumbling down. My personal experience is when I moved a house, I had multiple inspections with inspectors running around, running tapes from everywhere and looking at everything that I did to make sure that it was in the right place, all the steel was set properly, and I'd had to do that a bunch of times before I ever laid the first block. So I just don't understand how, in this day and time when our building official at a workshop a little over a week ago, told us that the state is mandating more and more inspections. I know what I went through over 20 years ago. I don't understand it. And I think this offending part of the building needs to be removed. They did it on their own, and it needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker? Okay. Mr. David Butler.
Good morning. Is it still morning?
It is.
I'm David Butler, 783 Osprey Drive. I'm a resident here for 70 years and 4 generations. I wrote you a little letter, I think, of support. Maybe you read it. I'm just going to read it to you. It says, we are writing this letter in support of Rich and Valerie Steinhardt's request for a variance. I don't know what the legalese is, but I was supporting them on the property on Spruce Creek. We are lifetime residents of Volusia County for 70 years and 4 generations in Volusia County. We have lived and raised our family on Spruce Creek, enjoying the outstanding waterway. in the environment for over 60 years. And I grew up on the Intercoastal Waterway, still have the home. My dad's 96. Kay lives with me on Spruce Creek. Peggy and I, we wake up every single morning. We woke up this morning, looked out on Spruce Creek, and we pinch ourselves and say we've got the most beautiful environment and home in the world. There's no better place than Spruce Creek. But you have to live on it. You have to play on it. I raise my family on it. I fish on it every week, and it's fabulous. And what this county has done, and when the city of Port Orange has done, spectacular. Peggy and I, we get up every day and we say, let's go to Gemini Springs, okay? Let's do the beautiful spring to spring, okay? And run from Lake Beersford to Blue Springs, okay? Many of the people who speak, okay, and come here, and I'm not in here for the legalese, I'm in here for the heart. Spruce Creek is the most valuable piece of property, okay, and we do need to protect it, okay, but I always believe that we also need to know that people make mistakes. I was a principal, okay, for 40 years, and I had and built the property at Cypress Creek Elementary School. We have Spruce Creek property on the back of it, and I always wanted to have a little interactive opportunity to teach science. But it's about the people who use Spruce Creek, okay, and fish it, that love it, and will work it and protect it and respect it, okay? This family sold everything. I know Rich and Valerie, to buy 5 acres of property, more than they probably should have spent, but I was the same way, and my wife and I did the same thing. We took a chance, and we never regret it. We travel all over the world. We come back, the best place in the world to live is right there on Spruce Creek, okay? In the city of Port Orange and the county of Volusia County. No better place in the world to live. What y'all have done, okay, on the beaches, providing all the wonderful recreation, all the springs and everything. Yes, we need to protect Spruce Creek. But there's things that have gone on Spruce Creek, and this gentleman who just spoke, I've seen it. The biggest problems, okay, are not Rich and Val. Okay, what you need to do is take a look at the railroad, the trestle. I fished it when I was a little boy, okay? And you could jump off that trestle into deep water when the train came. There's no more water there. There's oyster bars. It's a dam, okay? And we need to free it up. I've seen manatees. I fish it every week.
I hate to cut you short. Your
time's up.
But I love your story, but I hate to
we have
cut you
that
short.
kind of a person that wants to build a home and recreate and raise his children. Okay? And I always say that we borrow this land from our children and our grandchildren.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming in. Okay. Mr. Richard Steinhardt. Oh, okay. Nice how to do that. Okay, somebody check these out. And that's the other applicant. Okay. All right, do we have anyone else that'd like to speak to this case? Do we have anybody on the webinar that'd like to speak to this case?
Yes, sir. Miss Lori Sandman, if you can unmute your mic. No. Mrs. Sandman, if you'd like to speak, can you please unmute your mic?
Here we go.
Miss Sandman, it's still showing that you're muted. Can you please unmute your mic?
Okay, could I get the next speaker, please?
There is no one else online.
Okay, well, we're gonna move on. Okay. Could I get the applicant to come back forward, please? You've heard the comments that have been made about your application. Do you have any other anything you would like to say?
I just want to say that I want to reiterate that we're not trying to take away from anything. I want to make right what we mistakenly did. I want to work with the people who love the creek. I love it too, and I'm willing to listen to what they have to say and try to meet them where they want me to,
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Feller?
I'm sorry, I do. Hate to prolong, but you heard what Mr. Carey said about when they came out and did a courtesy. Did you understand that you were moving forward with the potential of this happening?
Yes. He did not say at our own risk. We have inspectors to come out there to help us. We go forward based on their decisions. I mean, that verbiage was made after all this started. So when we started realizing where we were, that's when the at your own risks verbiage came out. But he came out and said everything looks good. He did do the stem wall and the concrete inspection. And he said, I'm going to put it all in my notes. Everything looks perfect. Keep moving forward.
But that wouldn't be inspected until after those were built, right?
That's when he was there.
It was built,
Yeah,
so-
it was there. He was there looking at that, inspecting that. So,
But they said that hasn't been closed yet. Is that correct? Those permits have not been, it's stop work
the
order.
reason they could not put them into their note, on the computer, I don't know the right verbiage, is because they were waiting on elevation, the survey elevations.
What he was saying, yeah.
So when the survey elevations, he said, all we're waiting on is elevations. Everything else looks perfect. Go ahead and move on.
But then those came back and weren't perfect.
Everything came back and started doing this.
And I just want to clarify one thing. You had somebody come out and measure 200 feet from the creek.
Yeah.
And then drew a line and then built your house right there.
We have
Is that
the
what you were-
survey
Halifax
on there.
survey.
Halifax survey. Not knowing that it was a different line, which I have to say.
That came
most
in
people don't
afterwards
know.
also.
I mean, I didn't know until I joined the
Mr.
board,
Chair.
so, okay. And then the only other thing I wanted to say was I think the Sandman person was talking about the dock mostly in the paperwork, so I don't think that
Okay.
that's irrelevant to this. But
Mr. Costa?
Yeah, a couple questions. I'm going to ask the same question I asked before. Is this owner-builder or you have a contractor?
Contractor.
You have a contractor.
Yeah, he's actually here.
So at some point, you had to have, and the reason I'm bringing this up is I just finished building my own home as an owner-builder. So I know all the steps you have to go through and the verbiage that they've used when they gave me the green light at my own risk to move ahead with certain things because of material shortages. And I appreciated that because it saved me a ton of time. So, but my question is this, when your surveyor originally came out, before you even poured your footers, somebody had to pin the four corners of that house. Who pinned those corners? Who put those 4 stakes in the ground that said, these are the 4 corners of your home? For them to be able to set those footers in place?
I'm not sure.
The
surveyor,
The surveyor, you assumed it was a surveyor, because this would have had, the pinning of those corners would have happened more than once.
So
Would have happened at that stage.
Right. So the
Then they
site
would-
plan was in the 5 acres.
Uh-huh.
When we originally did the site plan, 25 feet setback from that neighborhood right there is basically where we put the site plan. Not realizing that we didn't want it right on top. We just basically wanted it outside of that 25-foot mark. So when we were all discussing it, when we moved it to the almost, it's kind of the center. It's not really the center. That's actually more to the left than the house really is. We're actually more towards the neighborhood. But yes, the surveyor was out there 4 or 5 times.
Yes, he would have been there originally to pin the corners for you to put your footers and your stem wall. Then he would have had to come back and repin the 4 corners.
Yes.
And set your elevation for your floor.
Yes.
So this was done by a surveyor. It wasn't you and a tape measure that went out and put these 4 corners in. Is that correct?
It's actually on there. The survey is in the.
So the surveyor did actually put that work in place, and it was obviously across the line that it should have been.
It was not across the line.
Right, it wasn't. It was
Yes.
where it should be. It was correct when the surveyor did it.
Well, it didn't just pick up and move itself.
So
is my.
if we go to, where's the slide? Mr. Costa can see it.
The survey.
If you can look for the survey.
I'm confused.
No, yes.
Yes.
So basically, the surveyor measured from the
Where the
corner,
yellow
from the
line is.
wetland, because we had to pay for a wetland delineation. before
That's what I'm asking.
They
From your
started-
estimation, it was where it should be,
Yes,
based
sir.
on your surveyor's
Yes.
input.
And then after somebody noticed it was the wrong measurement. They said, you gotta go 90 degrees off the water.
I just want to make sure that it was a surveyor error,
Correct.
not a owner-operator error.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I need, that's what I was trying to establish. Thank you.
And would it be, the surveyor wasn't aware that the 90 degree?
That's correct.
The surveyor was thinking that Volusia
Correct.
County lot lines are lot
Yeah,
lines.
when we were given the information to stay 200 foot, nobody said, this is how you measure. They just said.
Yeah, you hire a professional, you assume that they know
200 foot from the creek, so
Agreed.
we went down
those
the
ins and
property
outs.
lines and did our 200 foot.
Right.
I got you. Okay.
Now, is the same surveyor, and I guess maybe I should be asking the zoning, but the same surveyor makes those both surveys, both for the stem wall and the whole thing, or is it two separate surveyors?
One surveyor does everything.
He's asking.
So then he should have known if he goes back and measured it. That's what I'm trying to, I'm a little perplexed at who made the error, because if it was measured once and then if the same surveyor is going to measure it again to position it, then he should have known the first time.
Oh, so it didn't end up like that. So basically I came in and they have some technology. When the form board survey came in, they were showing me on their computers, look, and they're doing it the 90-degree angle way, and it was showing that we were not in compliance. So I was like startled. I was like, what? So then it became this huge discussion of.
But then,
Your form board survey basically showed that you were inside what you thought was the correct line of measurement.
That's correct.
And staff is the one that
Found that it
that,
wasn't.
hey, by the way, the measurement isn't from here, the measurement is parallel to the creek, but now puts you where we are today.
but
Is that correct?
shouldn't the surveyor then be aware of that?
The surveyor should have known that the measurement was parallel to the creek.
Okay, that's
I'm not
what
a
I'm
surveyor,
saying,
so I would
then
never have known that.
Then the surveyor's incorrect. It was the surveyor's.
That's
Well,
what I
it's
was
not
trying
an
to
exact
establish.
line, it follows the creek, right, Ms. Jackson?
Yes, it does. It's parallel to the creek.
Parallel to the creek.
And it would have been a different surveyor
It'd
than
be-
who did the red line.
So if you
survey.
did the lot,
Yeah.
it's one way, if you did the creek, it's another way.
That's
That's
right.
how
It's
the
not
During the form board review, form board and survey review is when it was discovered by staff that, hey, you're in the wrong place. And at this point, you're already stem walled, you're already slab poured, is that correct?
We have
This is
block.
the house
Block.
right here. That's
Yeah.
the block.
You're several steps ahead of the, so in other words, the sign off hadn't occurred.
But I do want to say this, the process that Volusia County does with the form board survey is after we had, and this was the requirement, the footers, the plumbing, and everything was done, and then they wanted, before we poured the top.
Understood. Well, it's a lot easier to move a footer than it is to move an entire slab.
I mean, the footers were pretty, permanent too, but, yeah.
Are we still in public comment, or I have one quick question for EP when we have 1 second? But I don't
Okay,
know if we're in
yeah,
that spot. Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions? Okay. Thank you. He has a question for, who do you have a question?
No permitting, if, are they still here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
That's where I'm at.
Chair, we do have one more public participation that just came in.
Hello, I'm Keith Abramson.
Is it a new one or the one that was trying to get on? A new one? I'm moving on from that. Go ahead, sir.
Keith Abramson, County Forester, Environmental Permitting Manager.
Hi. I just have one quick question for you, because obviously, if heard me before, environmental is important. You said that you don't agree with this, but that if these side comments were brought into it, do you think that that satisfies the nature of the comprehensive plan that was put forward to mitigate this situation that we have right now?
I think a conservation easement will keep people from clearing that 200-foot section going forward. The Steinhardts may not always own this property. It will change hands throughout the years, and a conservation easement will allow protection of that habitat.
If we approve this, does that change? We're not changing that whole conservation. That would still be conservation habitat there that future landowners could not build in that area, correct?
If you require the conservation as a part of the approval, condition of approval.
Right, which I believe is one of the conditions.
The conservation easement
Yes.
will preclude any clearing or filling or vegetation removal. It would allow for, removal and invasive exotics with prior approval from the county forester or environmental management director.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, is to make sure that we are looking at what the county wants, but also trying to mitigate a situation that has to do with riparian lines and lot lines and all that, which is very confusing. And I just wanted to get that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. I didn't close the floor for public participation, so I will hear that individual that's on the webinar. Oh, they're in person. Is this it?
Mr. David Hartgrove.
Oh, I'm so okay. I'm sorry, sir. Come on down. I thought it was somebody that got up on the webinar. We'd have to deal with it for 15 minutes.
Good morning. My name is David Hartgrove, 113 Centennial Lane, Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm the president of Halifax River Audubon. Been the conservation chair for Halifax River Audubon since 1987. Halifax River Audubon is the oldest environmental organization in Volusia County. We started in 1923, so we'll be celebrating our 100th anniversary next year. I've been involved in a number of land use issues over the years. This is a serious violation of the land use ordinances that we have to protect the creek and such. I'm sorry that there was a mistake made, but I'm afraid that you're about to make a very serious error here in granting this this motion, because I believe they have a chance of setting a legal precedent that will be used by future people to make even further encroachments. And I'm sorry that there was a mistake made, and these people can settle that mistake with their surveyor or whatever is necessary to be done. But I think this thing should be moved. That's all there is to it. Sorry. Thank you.
Wait just a minute, sir. I want to ask you a question. City of Port Orange obviously does not have the same setbacks. Is that correct?
Well, I don't have any idea.
I'm looking at the adjacent property owners to this property, and I'm looking at where these homes are. And one of the things we take in consideration is how everyone else is in the area. You know, are we not allowing it, but yet somewhere else is being allowed? Okay, and I'm looking at a home right now that is sitting a lot closer to the river than what that other one is. So, and I know you say you're sorry that a mistake was made, but at what point, sorry does not put money back in their pocket, or it looks like it was done not intentionally by anyone's point, regardless if it was the inspectors or by their part or by the surveyor. Because as Ms. Jackson explained, the setback is done by the right wherever the creek goes. So depending upon where you measure from that creek, you could have an inlay, and then that would have to meet that 200 feet. So when it goes by the creek and not a specific line, then we have variations within that 200 feet. Absolutely. And I don't know if the surveyor made this mistake when he pulled it or what. But a mistake was made, sir, and we have to take that in consideration.
Right.
Okay?
I understand that. And like I said, it was a mistake. But mistakes have consequences. And I believe what you're about to do is very likely to set a legal precedent that will endanger the rest of the creek. I know people say, oh, no, this will only apply to this one piece of property. Tell that to the attorneys, because they'll beat you to death with it.
All right, sir. I'm going to hand that to Mr. Soria. Will we be setting legal precedent if we approve this case?
As noted in the report itself, what you are doing is you are making a policy decision. And in fact, your policy decision is kind of an amendment to a policy decision that was made in 2002. As Ms. Jackson described, in 2002, there was already a comprehensive plan and rezoning that was approved on a portion of this property to the north. So that's kind of that big kind of square that's to the north. And council directed staff use the administrative line adjustment to move that RC line 200 feet parallel to the Spruce Creek. And so, without a wetland delineation, you know, that creek meanders. So
That's the
like,
point I'm
yeah.
making.
So at that point in time, okay, we've got the one determination, you've issued the letter. There was supposed to be conservation easement as well, but that's not necessary for the RC line adjustment. So that was the policy decision in place to set that ESC line 200 feet parallel to it. What you are being asked to do is make a further legislative policy decision. And a legislative policy decision has the widest form of discretion for this commission and for council. You can take into account multiple things. One piece of property is not the same as the other. And so, you know, if someone wanted to request on the adjacent parcel to the west to, you know, move that ESC line, I don't know, 50 feet or 25 feet, the determination would be, okay, does that meet the goals, objectives, and policies of the ESC line? And that is a separate and independent determination that you do. It does not set precedent when you are making individual policy decisions on whether or not to, for this one, shift slightly the ESC line and then replace it on the sides. And so, you know, whether or not this commission believes that doing so, you know, taking out the intrusion and then filling that back in on the sides, as well as if you choose to put in a condition that it additionally be protected by conservation easement, whether that meets the goals, objectives, and policies is made on a lot by lot and property by property determination. So at this point in time, you have the widest discretion. There's not the only thing that guides you are the goals, objectives, and policies outlined in the comprehensive plan for the ESC determination and whatever environmental standards are.
I guess to make it simplify it is that if the adjacent property owner or another property owner on Spruce Creek come to us and said, well, you did it for them, you have to do it for us because you set precedent. That's not the case, is it?
No.
Okay, that's the point I'm getting at. Okay.
Can I have, can you get Mr. Abramson back up? I have another question for him. Is that possible?
I just want to clarify, as long as your decision isn't arbitrary and capricious, right? You have good reasons to differentiate this one, you know,
okay,
provided by the testimony. There may be good reasons for this particular property to be treated differently from the one adjacent to it.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Yep,
Costa.
quick question for you. Looking at your recommendation, my question is this. So we are swapping land for land. In your expertise, the quality of the lands that we're swapping for are equal to or greater than what we're giving up?
Quite a bit of the area has been underbrushed or cleared.
Okay.
Once, this also states about restoration.
Correct.
Once the restoration has occurred in accordance with Volusia County Habitat planting guidelines.
Correct.
It should return.
Okay.
That equal quality.
So the equal quality, so that the land that we're swapping for with the restoration now gives us, we're back to square one in your estimation. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
in theory, as long as the replanting is successful.
And the damages then have been mitigated to minimal impact?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Bender.
I don't have a question, so I'm good with that. I just have to say something. First off, if I was to go along with this, I would support what the staff is recommending instead of the full line, but just the piece around the property where the property has, the building is, and swap out for what I guess is on the screen, the proposed. Because I think it would be insane to make these young people tear that house down and move it for what we would gain in any instance with the swap out. So we just eliminate the line over here, what they were requesting in the current or whatever it is, and go with the proposed. I would be more than happy to make a motion and support that, because again, I think it would be insane to make these people tear that house down and move it to save 10 feet of what we think is gonna save that creek. When we look to the Port Orange side, on the east side, and see homes much closer to the same creek. I have nothing else to say about that. It would be insane.
I concur with you on that.
And I would attest to the fact that on the same thing and drove the area, this goes back to the density too. We've got somebody who wants to build one house on 5 acres instead of split 5 acres into
Okay,
5 acres.
we're gonna close the floor to public participation and open it. We've had the commission discussion, but
Yep.
I think we're all on the same page, to be honest with you, but, we're gonna make it formality and we'll entertain a motion.
You gonna make it, Mr. Bender?
Go ahead.
It's yours, brother.
I recommend approval of the application of case CPA 22006, and that we transmit it to the Volusia County Growth Management Commission with a recommendation of approval.
Second.
I second.
There's a lot of second.
May I
With
have
the conditions, correct?
clarification? Are
With
you-
the conditions.
We're gonna do the zoning next. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's still second,
With staff conditions.
and I will second that as well.
Okay, I've got a motion to forward this case CPA 22006 to the county council and to transmit, with a recommendation of approval, and to transmit to the Volusia County Growth Management Commission with the staff conditions. Okay? And so, any discussion, and a second from Mr. Costa, and a few others. I didn't get them all, but that's the one I heard the loudest. Okay, and a second from Mr. Costa. All those in favor signify by saying, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're gonna move to the zoning case, the companion case. We've heard everything on this, and we've heard the public participation on this. So
I'm ready to make a motion.
let's go.
Okay, case number Z-22-079. Make a motion to approve, subject to the staff recommendations in the report.
We don't have any recommendations on this, do we?
No, the recommendations are
The
associated with the
conditions
comp
was
plan
on the,
amendment.
comp
Yeah,
plan
there's
amendment.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to, which one is it? Let me see, I've got the zoning.
Z.
To forward, Z-22-079 to the county council with a recommendation of approval. That's it. And from Ms. Shelley, and the second, who did I get the second round on that?
Mr. Costa again.
Mr. Costa? Okay. And the second from Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion?
I do have one comment before we vote, and that would be that if this goes in the homeowner's favor, which it looks that it will, is that when you're calling in for permits and inspections, I suggest you get them all in writing before you proceed any further as you go through the completion of your home, just for your own safe mental state.
That's an understatement. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Ms. Shelley, can we start from the beginning now? Let's back it up. That's
That would be case number CPA-21-015. And let me find my,
Mr. Chair, do you want to hear both this one and the companion PUD 21-134 at the same time?
yeah.
Or do you not set, okay, never mind. It's not set up that way. Okay.
Okay.
If it pleases the commission, we prefer to do the land use first and then follow with the rezoning.
That'll
That's
work. Okay. CPA 21-015.
Right, got it. Large-scale comprehensive plan amendment from the rural R future land use designation to the urban low-intensity ULI designation.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning, Trish Smith, Planning and Development Services. Our applicant is requesting a comp plan amendment to change the future land use designation from rural to urban low intensity. This is for 64 acres on Old Dixie Highway in Ormond Beach. It's sandwiched between Halifax Plantation and Plantation Oaks, and you can see that in the red on your map. The future land use to the north, which is where Halifax Plantation is ULI. The future land use to the south and the west is low-density residential. That's a City of Ormond Beach designation that's comparable to our ULI. The future land use to the east is conservation. That's the state park. So the existing rural designation allows 1 unit per acre since it's adjacent to 2 subdivisions. The ULI will allow up to 4 units per acre. And the applicant has a proposed development plan, which we will hear after this case, for 144 units, which is approximately 2.25 units per acre. The PUD case will be heard afterwards. What's important to note in this case is this is a rapidly growing residential area near I-95 and US 1 in Ormond Beach. There are 3 developments of regional impact in the area. We've got Plantation Bay, National Gardens, and Halifax Plantation all in this area. This site is part of the National Gardens DRI. It was approved in the 1980s. And what's important to note about DRIs is that they are large, complicated projects. They require extensive review by the state and the regional and the local agencies. This process was eliminated by the state in 2018, but any vested rights that are out there still remain. The National Gardens DRI originally included 2,000 acres. It was originally approved for over 3,900 homes, and it was modified over time to remove some lands for conservation for the state park, and it has, we reduced the total allowable units to 1,577. The part of this DRI is called Plantation Oaks. That was annexed into the City of Ormond Beach a few years ago, and we still have 166 vested units remaining in unincorporated Volusia, and 390 vested units were moved into Ormond Beach. So when we review the comp plan amendments, we look for consistency with the comp plan, we look to see whether it discourages sprawl, and we look at impacts to concurrency managed facilities. We're also required to address property rights, and based on our review, we find that this rural designation that is currently there is actually an outlier in an area surrounded by urban development, and that the infrastructure is in place and that it's not sprawl. So we would recommend that the PLDRC forward this for approval. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant present? Could I get your name and address for the record, sir?
Sir, good morning. Parker Minchenberg, 1729 Ridgewood Avenue, representing John Collins and Ann Rogers. I refer to them as John and Ann Collins. The Collinses have owned this property for many years, and a little history on them. John Collins worked for Bellmead Development and developed all the condominiums down in the shores. I've done a lot of engineering work for them over the years. He pretty much ran Halifax Plantation, so all the lots that were developed in Halifax Plantation were kind of under his tutelage. So Trish made a good presentation. I think we'll get into the meat of the lot layout and things with the next item. One of the things that is going to be important when we get to the next item is everything east of the power line that runs through this project. Although we're asking for the urban low intensity, there'll be about 13 acres that the Collinses are going to donate to the county for a public park. So I think with that, some of the fire will come on the next item, but I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, sir, any questions for the
Can I
applicant?
ask a question about what you just stated with the 13 acres? So there was land that was purchased by Volusia to create this walking path through there. Is that 13 acres, does that help continue that path? So that we don't, what I want to make sure is if there's a puzzle piece missing from doing that plan, the county just purchased land.
Yes, I can help with that.
Thank you.
I am the owner and developer of Plantation Oaks, so the county actually purchased that property from me. This is immediately to the north and abuts the property. So basically, you'll have a continuous park. There is the Strickland Canal. It's probably about 20 foot at the top of bank, maybe 5 foot at the bottom. So you will have to put a culvert in to build your path, but they are contiguous properties.
Allow for what the intent of that land purchase was to not be hindered if this were to go forward.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, I'm a lifelong resident of Volusia County. I live on the loop, and this is a win-win in my opinion.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Can staff just point out, where's that 13 acres at we're talking about on the map?
If you see the line, it's everything kind of to the right of the line.
If you can roll to the PUD picture, it's really easy to see. All right, it's everything in yellow
Oh, gotcha, okay, okay.
on the right-hand side.
And below that is the recent purchase by the county, so we abut that to the south.
Okay.
And what's the density on this, Mr. Mitchellberg?
On the plan you're looking at, it's 2.25 units an acre. And you can see above is Halifax Plantation Phase 3. I was actually at an inspection there yesterday. The roads are being paved. And the other thing that's kind of interesting about this piece is there's not a additional access out to Old Dixie. This piece was actually set up with Phase 3 of Halifax. You can see the two road stubs. They are now paved as of yesterday. So the access is going to come from Halifax. And in the PUD for Halifax, this parcel was always envisioned to be accessed from Halifax.
Okay. And your Halifax Plantation, what is the densities there?
Halifax Plantation has a lot of preserved wetlands in it. It's closer to 1 unit an acre. In Plantation Oaks, we have about 200 acres also of conservation and wetlands, which this one also has. If you can see that dark green area, that's a wetland area that's being preserved. So we're close to the same density as Plantation Oaks. Probably, you know, closer to 1 unit an acre for Halifax, but again, they have a huge wetland that runs down 95, so it's not really apples to apples. I think the more important comment would be in Halifax Plantation Phase 3, identical lot sizes as we have here, and in Plantation Oaks, we actually have a minimum lot size of 50 by 100. I'm doing most of them 55 and 65 by 125. But we're proposing larger lot sizes here than is allowed in Plantation Oaks. Okay. So we're kind of compatible with the neighbors. Plus there is, I wrote a letter in support, and Mr. Vanacore, who owns the property north, we both wrote letters in support. You know, typically the adjacent property owner isn't the applicant, but this is what's supposed to go here, in my opinion.
All right, sir. Mr. Feller.
One other quick question.
Yes, sir.
Could you have access to this development from Old Dixie Highway and chose not to? Or is that
actually
curiosity?
Currently, if you look at the yellow area that we're proposing to donate as a public park, there is an approved overall development plan that, due to extensions, is still valid. And what could occur is an extension of a road from the north out of Phase 4 of Halifax Plantation. The ODP basically provides for a 50-foot buffer next to Old Dixie. That's the buffer that Halifax is providing. And it had kind of a single-loaded road that had around 20 lots. So the access was never meant to come from Old Dixie, but we do have currently an approved ODP with the county that where you see the yellow would allow a cul-de-sac and lots, and only a 50-foot buffer. So with this gift, we've got from 250 to 600 feet of buffer versus the 50 that's provided. And in Plantation Oaks, we provided 175 foot of buffer. Of course, now the county owns that property and they have the 175 foot buffer there.
Thank you.
One other question. The properties, I guess, is to the east of we're in Port Orange. Is that what?
I'm sorry. You mentioned Port Orange,
Yeah.
Ormond Beach, or?
It says Port Orange on your
Okay.
TPA 22. Have I got the right one? No, I'm in the wrong one. Sorry about
No worries. That's an easy answer.
Yeah. Let me just look at this. Okay. Yeah, let me see. That's okay. I don't see. All right, sir. Let me get with it here. All right. Did we have any other questions for the applicant? All right. Let's see if we have any public participation on this. Do we have any? Anyone here would like to speak to this case? Okay. You can, just afterwards, if you'll just turn in a form to, oh, I've got it? Okay. 2206.
Want to speak to the land use or to the PUD?
I don't know where it went.
I'm speaking one time for all of it. That's allowed.
I got it. As a matter of fact, I've got, yeah, just that one. I'm sorry. I apologize for that, Ms. Schieber.
They're deciding whether I'm going to be allowed to speak now or not, so.
Right now, we currently have the land use one open, so if you want to come back when the PUD is open, I would recommend the chair to open up a public comment portion for that one as well. But
I signed up one time for both items, and I was actually wanting to speak now, if that would be allowed.
yes, but you're
Sure. Yeah.
Speaking to both one time, if that's allowed.
we'll just make a recognize that
note.
she's speaking. That her comments would also apply to the PUD when you open them.
Okay. Ms. Schieber.
Okay.
Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, it's Suzanne Schreiber.
I'm sorry to mispronounce.
That's okay, no problem. Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach, Florida. It's 548 Sandy Oaks. So I'm representing my organization today, Dream Green Volusia. And I have been involved with this since the year before last. In a leap of faith, the year before last, I asked Mr. Mitchenberg if he would be willing to sell his land for conservation at Plantation Oaks. And ultimately, he was willing. He's a willing seller on a portion of it with 76 lots along with the buffer. It's 36 acres total. So the county purchased this land. They became involved, and they purchased this land. It was deemed historic land, and it was purchased with ECHO funds, and also residents put up their own money. We collected through my organization and another $26,800, and we achieved 76,000 signatures on a petition and handed out 600 yard signs. So that is the Plantation Oaks property, which he referred to, which is the 36 acres. The bigger picture here, though, is to get a trail on the west side of the road, because this is a state scenic highway and a national scenic byway. There are no established protections in place. To get a trail and preserve land on the west side of the road, the mic keeps going out, west side of the road from Plantation Oaks all the way to James Ormond Tomb Park. This is the middle portion of that trail and the middle portion of land. The north end of this at Halifax Plantation was renegotiated from a 50-foot buffer to a 100-foot buffer to allow for the trail as well, so you understand. So this is the middle happening today. The state park is perfectly, has been approached, and I was on a tour there with Suzanne Conchin, the deputy county manager, and Tim Bailey and Brad Burbaugh. The state park is interested in having a trail cross the road, come back down the state park side, and back over to Mr. Mitchenberg's land at Plantation Oaks. So essentially, it would be a loop trail within the loop. west side, across the street, back down the right side, and back over. So if this passes today pertaining to the land, this is what would happen. I'm happy Mr. Mitchenberg and I have had up and down relationship, but no hard feelings. We actually are cordial with each other. I'm extremely glad that we've been able to pull this off, and I know he cares about the loop, and he knows I care about the loop. And ultimately, I'm just looking to protect land on a scenic highway. And thank you.
Thank you.
I got one question for you. So you're speaking in favor of this or against it?
I'm speaking in favor of protecting the land for the park. That would be the continued park that runs along. I'm not in favor of cutting through any road because it would, as he said, that land is protected. So I don't want a road cut through there. It'd be another entrance on a byway. So everyone understands. There have been there has been with his Plantation Oaks property, but there are not established buffers on the scenic highway. Going south of Mr. Mitchenberg, there have been houses built right on the road. It's a scenic highway.
Okay, I get that, but what I'm asking, what he's asking for today, you were speaking in favor of it.
I'm speaking in favor.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm speaking in favor for the park. I am not advocating for development. I just want to make that clear. I'm speaking in favor of the park. That's what I'm speaking in favor of.
And again, the park is the 13 acres to the
East,
east.
correct.
I understand. The
Correct.
park don't come
And
without
I
the
do
development.
understand that there has to be a give and take and a negotiation.
The park don't come without the development though, right? We don't get the 13 acres if you don't get the build
That is
out.
correct. That is the way negotiations happen.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak to this case? Hearing none,
I'll be glad to make a motion.
can I get a motion?
Yes, sir. I move for approval, case number CPA-21-015, large-scale comprehensive plan amendment from rural to ULI designation.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a motion to find the future land use amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and forward the application case number CPA 21-015 to County Council with recommendation of approval and to transmit to the Department of Economic Opportunity for expedited state review and the Volusia Growth and Management Commission for certification. From Ms. Shelley, and who seconded? Mr. Young? And a second for Mr. Young. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case read into the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Case number PUD-21-134, a rezoning from the rural agricultural estate RA and urban single-family residential R3 classifications to the planned unit development zoning classification.
Ms. Smith.
Trish Smith, Planning and Development Services. So on the previous CPA case, you recommended approval of a land use change from rural to urban low intensity. This will allow a maximum gross residential density of 256 units. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to a planned unit development for a 144-unit residential subdivision. This is on 64.1 acres on 2 adjacent parcels on the Orman Loop. The west parcel is zoned rural agricultural estate. That allows 1 unit per 2.5 acres. The east parcel is zoned urban single-family residential. That'll allow 1 unit per 10,000 square feet closer to the loop. The applicant has an overall development plan on file for the east parcel that will approve a 20-unit subdivision with direct access to Old Dixie Highway. Now that plan includes a 50-foot wide landscape buffer between the Orman Scenic Loop and the subdivision. That design, just to clarify, would still need to go through the DRC for preliminary and final plat approval. The applicant has since been able to secure that second parcel to the west and is presenting the plan to you now for the 144-unit development. These parcels are within the National Gardens DRI, where there are 166 vested units. If the 144 units are approved, the county portion of the DRI will be built out. So the subdivision features. Access will be from Halifax Plantation to the north. There will be no vehicular access to Old Dixie Highway. The developer will deed 13.21 acres adjacent to the scenic loop to the county for a passive park. And you can see that area in yellow. And just to clarify, this will be managed by our Parks Department, and we have two kinds of parks, passive parks and active parks. This will not be an active park with a bunch of infrastructure on it. It's intended for a trail to connect the loop. The developer will provide a pedestrian connection from the subdivision to the park. There's going to be an amenity area in the development just west of the power line that includes parking, a common area, and a pedestrian connection. And you can see that down in the southeast corner of the graphic on the right. You'll see some right there. Thank you, Susan. Last year, the county purchased the property to the south in Plantation Oaks, which you just heard about, and we did that through the ECHO program for a recreational trail connection on the loop. This proposed park donation will be managed by our Parks Department, and it'll allow the extension of that trail, and we anticipate minimal disturbance to the existing tree canopy when they develop the trail. Our Parks Director is thrilled to get this parcel. He's chomping at the bit to bring it into his inventory, quite frankly. With the new project, the existing landscape buffer between the development and the scenic highway will be increased from the original 50 feet that was identified in the approved ODP to a range of between 250 and 600 feet wide. So we find that it's consistent with the county's comp plan goals for the scenic highway and the corridor management plan for the scenic highway. But we do need to talk about impact on governmental services. On the positive side, potable water. The property will be served by Volusia County Utilities, and they have the capacity to serve the development. There are some new EPA mandates that require us to provide safe and a continuous supply of potable water. And so the developer is providing an easement on his property for a second potable water line for an emergency interconnect with Ormond Beach. And our utilities department is anxiously awaiting this project to occur so they can move forward with that as well. But we do have to talk about transportation. Old Dixie Highway is a county thoroughfare road. The traffic models show that under baseline conditions, and that means without this project, without project impacts, that portions of Old Dixie will operate below the level of service, and that's a level of service E, which is on the lower end of level of service, by the year 2040. The original DRI included mitigation for future impacts to the overall DRI, so the developer would only be responsible for traffic mitigation measures for impact caused by his project that are over and above what's already been mitigated. So if the county council approves this project, it'll go directly to the DRC for preliminary and final plat, and the developer will work with our traffic engineering team to drill down on those traffic conditions and determine whether a proportionate fair share payment is needed. If it is, the agreement will be brought to the county council for approval with the final plat. The county will still be responsible for baseline conditions in place prior to the approval of this development. So we do have Melissa Winsett in the audience. If you do have questions about traffic, she's our transportation planner with our traffic engineering division. Another thing we also need to consider is property rights in our review. They do have 166 vested units that are approved as part of the DRI. He's requesting to utilize 144 of those units, and again, that will close out the DRI in the unincorporated area. Just so that you all know, the applicant also has a concurrent application in the city of Ormond Beach for changes to the Plantation Oaks subdivision to the south, and our traffic engineering group and our planning group have both been coordinating with the planning director over in Ormond on traffic and the DRI, and so we've had a real good coordination effort there and are all on board with the projects. So we ask that you do forward this to the county council with a recommendation of approval. And the applicant, Parker Mitchenberg, is here, and I think he may have some things to say.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any questions for staff? Hearing none.
Again, for the record, Parker Mitchenberg, 1729 Ridgewood Avenue. First off, I'd like to compliment your staff on a very thorough review and a great staff report. Thank you, Trish. Mr. Bender, it's kind of rarity that you have the environmental community coming out and somewhat supporting a project, so I'm happy to bring that before you guys. There was comments about the requested easements by Volusia County for water line. Basically, we were asked, Plantation Oaks, my parcel, the Collinses on their parcel, and to the north, Vanacor, from the city and the county to construct a backup water line that I believe they got a grant for. So those easements have been provided at no cost and recorded, so the county has those easements. That included a 15-foot permanent easement and an additional 20 feet for construction of this water main loop when the time comes. On the DRI side of things, I was a young engineer with a full head of hair back when we did the DRI. And basically back then, they did DRIs to vest units in trips and development rights. So this is kind of the last of the National Gardens DRI, but the trips that we're asking for are already vested from that exercise that was done in the 80s. So a little different than your typical ask for a rezoning. These trips are already accounted for in the different traffic models. Also, as part of the DRI, the major improvement that was required by the DRI was the construction of Plantation Oaks Boulevard, which my partner and I built a number of years ago. It was between $7 and $8 million. We didn't get impact fee credit for it. That was kind of the quid pro quo to vest our trips, so those improvements are already complete. If you haven't driven that road, it's a beautiful road that connects US 1 to the loop. And I had a few more things to say, but I think I'd rather answer questions if you guys have any.
Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Mitchenberg, I'm big on densities. Mr. Mitchenberg, I do have a question. I'm big on densities, and when you calculated the 2.25, was that including with the 13 acres that you're going to put?
Yeah, that's an overall density.
That's an overall density?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, sir.
Sir.
Okay, do we have any public participation on this case? All right, anyone in the audience like to speak to this case?
Just to recognize the previous statements by Ms. Shiver.
Right, we're taking that into consideration.
And I'll be glad to make a motion.
And let me see if we have anybody on the webinar.
No, sir.
We don't have anyone. Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open it up for commission discussion or a motion.
I move that we forward case number PUD 21-134 to the County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval subject to staff comments and conditions.
Okay.
I'll second that then.
Okay, I've got a motion to forward the rezoning application case number PUD 21-134 to County Council for final action with recommendation of approval subject to the staff recommended conditions from Ms. Shelley and a second from Mr. Young. Is any discussion on the motion?
I'd like to say one thing before we vote.
Mr.
Thank you,
Feller?
Chair. I think it's important, I mean, we balance out development, and I'm a short time up here on this dais, but I will say I find it very heartening to see that you're trying to work with preserving the loop, preserving the area as well too. Development is a double-edged sword. I think you're doing it quite well, and I think that we really had a good presentation today. So thank you very much for trying to help protect the loop as well.
Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Ms. Shelley, can I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-22-059, a variance to separate non-conforming lots on rural agricultural A2 zoned property.
Okay. Mr. Hanson.
Michael Hanson from Planning and Development. Here in variance 22-059, the applicants have acquired a portion of land that is currently zoned rural agriculture, A2. The future land use in the area is rural. The A2 zoning classification requires 5 acres and a minimum lot width of 150 feet to be considered a conforming A2 parcel. The applicant for the actual case ended up buying a number of non-conforming parcels, combined them, reducing the non-conformity. However, there's still a non-conformity. Upon a non-conforming lot letter, found out that there was common ownership with the adjacent parcel to the north that is on the other side of an unopened right-of-way. In the staff report, I have an image indicating, you know, the subject parcels as designated as A, and the adjoining parcel designated as B, to show everybody the proximity of the non-conforming parcels in common ownership. The applicants found this out, however, abruptly as they purchased the subject property in September of 2021, and at the time it was the 14 non-conforming lots, and as I said, they combined the parcels together to create a unified building site in November of 2021. And because of the nonconformity, we're here for the variance to separate the nonconforming lots from that parcel to the north, which is the 703204-13-0160. Based on the analysis, there's special circumstances that are particular to the subject property in that it was part of a plat from 1925 of what's called Lake Beersford Heights plat, where lots were measuring 25 feet deep by 125 feet deep. And given the current zoning classification of the subject property and those around it, the plat that was platted in 1925 makes it impossible for any of the lots in the plat to meet the rural A2 zoning classification as measured for lot size and lot width. Due to that, it was not the actions of the applicant. As I said, the applicants purchased the property in 2021, and staff felt that, based on the review, that the literal interpretation of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would deprive the applicant the ability to make use of the property, may work in unreasonable and undue hardship upon the applicants. The applicants are seeking, their whole goal is to actually create a single residential or single family residence on the property, where they'd be fronting off of the road there to the east, which is Hamilton Avenue. It's staff's recommendation that the applicants met all 5 criteria as outlined for the recommendation for approval for granting said variance. However, the piece for the property rights element, staff felt that this variance implicates consideration 2 and 4, noting that the property owner has the ability to improve their property. However, any improvements that are subject to local ordinance, including lot size unless varied, staff did not believe that the variance implicates considerations 1 or 3. And in summary, it was a recommendation to approve variance 1, case number V22-059, as the variance does meet all 5 criteria for granting the said variance. I'll take any questions the board has.
Any questions for staff? Very nice. Is that a roadway to the east of these, separating these 2 parcels?
So there is a road that is an undeveloped roadway that bifurcates both of the parcels. It's currently undeveloped, and there's chances of it being developed are probably slim to none. As you can see in the aerial, it's a very rural area. And if you take a look at the platted, how the parcels are all platted, there's a number of these unopened right-of-ways in the area as well.
Okay, so basically the lot B, it can be developed if we do the non-separation of the two lots?
Possibly. I didn't do any research to determine if there was common ownership with Lot B with any other parcels. So the variance is for the application for Lot A to separate from the common ownership with B. So parcel B may possibly have common ownership with other adjacent parcels.
Okay. All right. Okay, is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Could I get you to come forward, please? Could I get your name and address for the record?
Keith Stevenson, 2559 Hallover Boulevard, Deltona.
Okay. You've heard the staff report. Have you got anything to add to that?
No, I mean, we're just trying to basically put a single-family residence, 1,800 square foot house on the property. And we've figured out how to get the house to setback in the setbacks, because the fact that there is 3 roads around it, it's 50 foot all the way around it with these setbacks. We've been able to get a house situated onto there to make it work. But other than that, I mean, it's basically, it needs to be, because it's zoned A2, it's asking for 5 acres. But as you look around, every parcel around there is basically built on 1 acre lots. So.
And do you own parcel B?
Parcel B is, I'm guessing that's just, they used to own it. I mean, I have title paperwork on that, and that was, I mean, that's not who I bought it from. Parcel B is owned by, I guess they owned it 10, 15 years ago or something.
Oh, so you don't own parcel B?
No, I'm the one trying to own parcel A.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
I actually asked staff about that, so no, I think you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. We'll see if we have any public participation. If we do, I'll give you a chance to come back and rebuttal or answer any questions. Okay, it doesn't look like I have any public participation forms for this case. Do we have anybody on the webinar?
No, sir.
Does anybody in the audience like to speak to this case? Hearing none, we're going to close the floor to public participation and open it up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Okay.
That case number V-22-059 be approved to separate non-conforming lots on A2 zoned property. Subject, go ahead. Subject to staff conditions. But it meets all 5, never mind. Yeah.
There is no condition.
There are no conditions.
I'll second it.
Meets them all.
Okay, good. Okay, I got a motion to approve V-22-059 and from Ms. Shelley and a second from Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
How would you like to be a survey trying to find all these lines and these lots? Oh my gosh, it's crazy out there.
Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please? We're running close to noon. After this next case, does anyone want to take a recess? Because we do have about 5 more after this next case. How do you feel on that? You want to take a 30-minute recess? We do have 5 minutes.
Completely up to the board.
Okay.
I'm good to keep chugging.
Okay, let's go. All right, Ms. Shelley.
All right. Case number V-22-067, variances to the minimum yard requirements on rural residential RR zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Ms. Jackson.
Yes, sir. This is, this property is located at 3501 Coral Avenue in DeLand. It's on the east side of Coral Avenue, approximately 225 feet south of its intersection with Grove Street. The applicant is requesting one variance, but we're throwing in another one to legitimize the location of the existing residence. So what they want to do is build an accessory structure, an accessory garage, which measures approximately 720 square feet. Because it's over 500 square feet in area, it has to meet principal structure setbacks. The property is zoned rural residential, which requires a 1 acre lot size, but this property is a lawful non-conforming lot at 22,500 square feet. But it still has to meet principal structures for the rural residential zoning classification, which are a front setback of 40 feet, so that would be adjacent to the west property line, a rear setback of 40 feet, and side setbacks of 15 feet. So if you look at this aerial photograph, you can see where the lot is. The front would be measured against this. This is a right-of-way here. This would be a side, this would be a rear, and this would be a side. And you have the variance site plan here, which is actually turned around. But what they're asking for is a variance to go for this structure to be 15 feet from this property line versus 40 feet. It was also found during review that the house doesn't quite meet the 40-foot setback that it should be meeting back here. It clearly meets the setback here. It's about 45 feet. I think that's what that says. This might be a little bit less. It's hard to read. But this is 33 feet. So we're also throwing in that variance to legitimize the location of the existing house. It's been there since 1979. It was properly permitted. It just may be placed in the wrong spot. So when we review these variances for variance 1, which is the accessory structure here, we have to recommend denial. We find that it fails 3 of the criteria 1, 2, and 4, but we find that it meets criteria 3 and 5. There are no special circumstances associated with the property. Although it is half the size of a rural residential lot, there is sufficient room on the parcel to place the garage and meet setbacks. The variance is the direct result of the applicant's desire to have the garage located in proximity to the driveway. Literal interpretation of the code does not deprive the applicant of a common right, but it may work an unnecessary hardship, as it would require the garage to be located in an area of the property that wouldn't be accessible to the driveway, and it would also require the removal of additional trees on the property. However, we do find that it's not the minimum variance that will make reasonable use of the land. The garage could be pushed further east on the lot and still have access to the driveway. It could be pushed up into this area a little bit, if you can see over here. It'll be a little bit further away from the road. But we do find that it's unlikely to be injurious to the area. Coral Avenue ends at the applicant's driveway, and there's no passerby traffic. And it's shielded from the road by trees that are on site, and then also within Coral Avenue, as you can see on the aerial right adjacent here, it's treed within the aerial that, or within this area where the structure would be located. With regard to variance 2, which is for the house, we do recommend approval. The house has been in its location since 1979, built by a previous owner. Literal interpretation of the code would require it to be moved or removed, which would be an unnecessary hardship. It's existed there for over 40 years. It's the minimum variance to legitimize its existing location, and we don't find it to be injurious to the area. When we review the property rights considerations, we find these variances implicate consideration 2. The property owner has the authority to improve his or her property. However, any improvements are subject to local ordinances, including setbacks, unless varied. We have provided 2 conditions for your consideration should the PLDRC find that the applicants provide competent substantial evidence to support approval of the variance. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions for staff? Mr. Feller?
Just one quick question. If this was less square footage, it would not have to meet principal setbacks if it was under 500 square feet?
If it was under 500, it wouldn't have to meet principal, but because it's in the front yard, it does.
Yeah.
Accessory structures aren't allowed in the front yard.
Front yard. So then, again, and you said it was turned around in the picture, so I'm just trying to understand. So where they're planning on putting, in this picture right here, where they're planning on putting this garage is at the end of Coral and then on their property, is that correct?
Yeah, so you gotta kind of like
I'm kind of
mentally turn that around. Yeah. So if you look over here where my little pointer is, it's the house appears to be right in this area, kind of in the middle of the lot. So it would be up in this area where it's going to be located. It meets the setback to this property line here. And of course the rear on this property line, it'll be positioned right about in here.
Gotcha. But the 40-foot setback on this side is because of the road, Coral Road, correct?
Yeah, actually in this picture you can see it a little bit better. This is the outline of the roof of the house.
Okay.
And I can see a car right here.
That's the garage.
And there's an existing garage there, so it'd be located over here.
Right.
And as you can see, there's trees here and there's trees in the right-of-way.
Okay.
Looks like their driveway is here, and I think that's the last thing that is on Coral Avenue. Coral Avenue is a dirt road, and it ends right there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant present? Can we get you to come forward, please? Good afternoon. It's afternoon now. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm Roger Yates and live at 3501 Coral Avenue, DeLand. This is my wife.
Suzanne Yates.
Thank you. You've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to it, or?
It's pretty self-explanatory, except for I just want to emphasize that Coral Avenue does end at our property. It's a dead-end sand street, so it's basically our driveway. And we have a little loop driveway that comes off of that, the proposed garage would be positioned so that we could drive right into it, and it's really the only advantageous place to place it on our property, or would be behind the house. Okay. It wouldn't really be useful to us. I guess that's all I have to say besides what's in your report.
All right, sir. Any questions for the applicant?
So you said it at dead ends there. I'm assuming if you placed it on the other side, I guess it would be the south side of the property, you'd have to traverse the whole front of your house to get to it. You would be driving through your front yard basically and everything to get to it, even though that looks like where there's more land area to put it.
There's a lot of trees.
You would have to cut down a lot of trees and really impact if you were to put it within the setbacks over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I may also encroach into the 40-foot rear setback line if I tried to move it back there.
Okay. Mr. Bender.
What would prevent you from moving it closer to the existing garage that we see here on this diagram so that it would lessen the amount of the variance that you're asking for?
Correct. How far away it is from the existing is not correct in the drawing.
Right. One comment that we got a letter in opposition to this talked about this drawing, the proposed garage being grossly out of scale, and I had to agree with that. It's not drawn to scale. The corner of the garage is really only going to be about 3 or 4 feet from the corner of that existing building, which is labeled the garage. It's actually a studio.
It's wrong.
Okay, so it would also actually be in the area that's marked where it shows where pavers are?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It would be right next, the corner of it would be probably right at that corner of the paver. So I moved it as far as I could to still only have the 15-foot setback.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Shelley?
A couple of questions, similar to Mr. Bender's. You said the building is a studio and not a garage, but it used to be a garage, is that correct?
We don't know.
Oh, so you
We
have,
don't-
it's always
we-
been a studio
When
since you?
we
okay.
purchased it, it was a
Super.
studio.
And you said again that, because I was looking at that as well, it seemed like you'd have to do a 90-degree angle to get to the garage. Are you building in the letter that we received, they mention that this looks like a single-car garage on here. Are you building a two-car garage?
It's a two-car garage.
You will be doing it. So as you yourself said, the measurements are grossly off on the size of that building. Would you know what the measurements are?
Yes, it's a 24-foot wide by 30-foot deep. And I submitted.
Is that what it shows?
It has those dimensions in the drawing, it just didn't draw we didn't draw the square correctly.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because of reading the letter. So it's 24 by 30, so that is a two-car garage. And it will be closer, as you said in the previous answer, where it shows pavers. It's going to be closer to that. Because that, I mean, the drawing itself, I think, doesn't do you any service, whoever did the drawing.
Right. I have a sketch which shows the actual size to scale if anyone would like to see it.
I would, if you could give it to the staff.
Yeah, give it to Ms. Brantley.
And she
It's
can
gonna
put it
become
up.
part of the
You-
record.
Over there?
Providing extra information like this doesn't make me move on to the next.
No.
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 The only thing is we can't give it back. It becomes.
Yeah, it becomes
permanent.
part of the record. They will keep that.
Is
As
that
long
okay
as
with
you're
you?
good with giving it up. Okay? And it becomes part of the record,
Oh,
sir.
okay.
Okay.
Should we pass it? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna see if we have any public participation. And while they're taking a look at this, and if they have any questions on it, we'll come bring you back, or if there's any public participation too.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. Do we have any public participation on this? I do not have any forms.
Mrs. Welsh is online, however, it's showing she is not attentive. Ms. Welsh, if you can hear us, can you please unmute your mic? Mrs. Welsh, if you can hear us, please unmute your mic if you'd like to speak. She's showing not attentive.
Okay. Do we have anyone here who would like to speak to this case? If not, we're going to close the floor to public participation and open it for commission discussion or questions they may have at applicant after looking at this.
Yeah, can I say really quick? I think I understand, but.
Okay, can we either have I'd like to either get a motion or discussion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, sir.
I'll make a motion that we approve V 22-067, both variances with the two conditions as stated from staff.
Second.
Okay. Before we move any further, I would like to ask applicant, are you familiar with the conditions that the staff report has?
So I would like to state that we need to, this condition 1 is going to apply to what they just submitted because our site plan is incorrect.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
we're approving this.
Yes, it would be on the revised site plan as.
All right.
Thank you.
And the
Nope.
second condition was the shed, right? There's some shed that has to be moved. Are they familiar?
Yes, there's a
I'll be
small
located.
shed that's on up by the road that they have committed to moving.
Okay, there we go.
And
Okay.
I'll add that drawing to my statement.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve variance 22-067, variances 1 and 2 with the staff recommended conditions, and to make the site plan that was submitted and confer with the recommendations. And from
That's
Mr.
correct.
Young, and a second from Ms. Shelley, was it Ms. Shelley? And any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Ms. Shelley, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-22-068. Variances to the minimum yard requirements on mobile home park MH1 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Hanson, this is yours.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, we are.
Michael Hanson, Planning Development Services. The subject property is at 4340 Dolphin Way, Edgewater. It's on the north side of Dolphin Way, approximately 450 feet southwest of its intersection with North Indian River Drive. We have two variances in this case. One is a variance to reduce the southwest side yard setback from 7.5 feet to 5 feet for proposed residence. And variance 2 is a variance to reduce the northeast side yard setback from 7.5 feet to 5 feet for proposed accessory structure carport. The property is zoned MH1 with a future land use of UMI. There's a local plan in place for Mosquito Lagoon and an overlay for the Indian River Lagoon Surface Water Improvement and Management Overlay Zone. The subject property is conforming to the zoning classifications of MH1, requiring 5,000 square feet in lot area and 50 feet in lot width. The applicants purchased the property in 2021, and the property is also located within the Edgewater ISBA. Now, where it gets interesting is the property is part of the Terramar Mobile Home Park. It's platted as Section 3. Section 3 was subject of a court case back in 1994, case number 93-31397-CI-CI, where a final judgment confirmed the lot dimensions of all the properties in Section 3. And at the time, the plat for Section 3 of Terramar was originally drafted under the old RM zoning classification, which predates our Uniform Zoning Code adoption back in 1980. At the time, the RM zoning classification had 5-foot side yard setbacks. However, the plat had never been recorded until such time that this court case came to be, and all the properties within Section 3 had been basically operating under the setbacks based on an inter-office memorandum from a former county director of zoning. So that memorandum was included as an attachment. It was dated 1985, referencing one that he had created back in 1981 that allowed for 5-foot side yard setbacks. The county in 2020 had an ordinance amendment, Ordinance 2020-10, which adopted criteria to recognize that this is a legal subdivision for mobile homes. So if you ever take a look at the actual zoning classification for MH1, there's special language that talks about for mobile home subdivisions created after December 22nd of 1994, and that's applying directly to this Section 3 of Terramar. At the time, though, when that ordinance amendment went through, it inherited the 7.5-foot side yard setbacks that was already in existence of MH1. So as more lots were sold off in the Section 3, they were having to play ball by the new to them 7.5-foot side yard setbacks. So getting back to the actual subject property, it conforms to the zoning classification. However, it cannot fit the 7.5-foot side yard setbacks because of one of the other aspects is in Terramar, they created something called a prospectus P2 agreement that requires all the residents within the park to have a carport as well. So their carport on this site plan, as you can see for the variance site plan, shows the proposed residence is 28 by 40 feet, 1,120 square feet. Otherwise, the proposed carport there is right to the north side, and in the shaded red areas on both sides, that's the area that's encroaching within the existing 7.5-foot side setback. It was staff's analysis and recommendation that there are indeed special circumstances going back to this case because it was platted under the old RM zoning standards prior to the adoption of the Uniform Zoning Code back in 1980, where they previously enjoyed the 5-foot side yard setbacks. Due to the ordinance amendment that attempted to address Section 3 Terramar, it inherited the 7.5-foot side yard setbacks, which is incidentally different than Section 1 and 2 of Terramar, where they're zoned MH5, so they have 5-yard setbacks. So Section 3 is the only section of Terramar that has 7.5-foot side yard setbacks. It's not the action of the applicant that they're facing this circumstance, and the literal interpretation of the zoning code may possibly constitute an unnecessary hardship upon the applicants being able to meet the requirements of the zoning code, plus also that essentially homeowners association prospectus P2 agreement requiring the carport on the property. The requested variance is the minimum variance necessary to install the proposed mobile home and required carport, and then granting this variance would likely not be injurious to the area, as the surrounding properties all are confined by the same constraints that we're looking at here. I wanted to point out that there are a number of different cases coming up for Terramar with similar situations. Staff is trying to look at a means of possible ordinance amendment to address the issue, to kind of curb the various cases coming here. Sadly, we're not at that point just yet for the potential draft ordinance amendment. Property rights considerations, staff determined that this implicates variance consideration or property rights consideration too, as the property owner has the ability to improve their property. However, any improvements are subject to local ordinances, including lot size unless varied. It's staff's recommendation that variances 1 and 2, case number V22-086, are approved, as the variances successfully meet all 5 criteria for granting said variances, with the condition that variances are limited to the dimensions as depicted on the proposed mobile home and carport on the variance site plan. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Is any questions for staff? Mr. Young?
I just have one. Okay, the thing, the Terramar plan requires that they have a carport.
Yes, in the prospectus P2 agreement that all the residents sign, it's essentially the equivalent of like a homeowner's association.
And of course we recognize that, and yet there's no way of putting a trailer on there with a carport and meeting the 5-foot setback, right?
It's we don't actually. Well, it's a private prospectus. Like, it's the same as we don't enforce a HOA covenants and restrictions.
Oh, so it's not something that we.
No, it's not a county imposed requirement. It is a requirement, if you live in there.
But we don't recognize. That's what I'm asking. We don't recognize that that's a requirement then in that division.
No, we don't.
Okay, so that we're not forcing them. What I'm asking is, are we forcing somebody into something that can't be done?
Yeah, no, we're actually, that's one of the preemptions. You can't force a specific design on a single-family house. So this is, well, we can't, but this is the mobile home community.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if we were in a catch-21 here. Thank you.
I do.
Yeah, Mr. Feller?
There are multiple cases of this. I mean, this is the only part of Terramar, and you're trying to get this done administratively so we don't have to do all these in the future.
So to date, in the last approximately 2 months, I've interacted with approximately 8 or so different residents within Terramar. There's a rezoning case coming up and another variance next cycle. And I just have pre-app scheduling for another rezoning coming up soon too.
Well, that's what I was getting at. We're charging these people all for these recycles that they're kind of caught in.
But this would be conducive to what the Terramar is the MH, is the MH1 would be the 5-foot setbacks, correct?
So, yes, section 1 and 2 of the plats allow for a 5-foot side yard setback. We were looking at, administratively with a draft ordinance amendment to reduce the side yard setbacks from 7.5 to 5, subject to the same language that makes it applicable only to section 3 of Terramar that we have already in our code to minimize potential inflow. But staff is still working on proposed other language because there's other elements for consideration like lot size and permitted uses.
That's why I was getting at too.
Mr. Bender, you had a question?
Just to follow up on that, any idea of what all has to take place and what kind of time frame are we looking at? Is this something that can be done within 60 days or 90 days or?
That I'm not entirely sure. I know you guys are well aware that government's not exactly fast by any means. I've taken some analysis as far as trying to determine whether properties within section 3 are non-conforming to the zoning classification, and if they meet, as far as what kind of levels of lot coverage we're looking at. So we had a kind of a little, essentially unofficial ad hoc committee with some department heads, our legal. So from there, the plan was to essentially reconvene and try and move forward with a potential draft ordinance. But as far as an actual timetable, I'm not the one to be able to really, I kind of just do what I'm told, so to speak.
It's rolling uphill, in other words, what you say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, is the applicant present? I could get you to come forward, please, sir. And ma'am. Good afternoon. Could I get your name and addresses for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Huddleston Harden, 111 Cedar Street, Edgewater, Florida.
Mark Harden, 111 Cedar Street, Edgewater.
Good afternoon. You've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I would first like to say thank you for your time today, and also we wanted to compliment Mr. Hansen's office for they were friendly, they were responsive, and we appreciate their hard work. Thank you.
I came up February 9th and everybody to turn in our application, and everybody was really kind. My daughter had just had a baby. I was trying to get to the hospital, and everybody was amazing.
Well, that's good to hear. That is good to hear.
And I know you all don't always hear that, so I wanted to.
Job well done.
Yes.
I think that what we wanted to say to be here today is as to the time, because of the supply chain issues and so forth, and having our mobile home constructed, and also the fact that it was just recently completed by the factory. We've been waiting approximately a year, and so when we relocated to Terramar, and so we just wanted to mention that we're anxious, of course, to go ahead and get our home that we're looking forward to, brand new home there in Terramar, completed. So thank you again for your consideration.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right, we do have some public participation forms. I will give you the opportunity to come back up after they've spoke and either give a rebuttal or answer any questions they may have. Okay, I've got a Mr. John Atkinson. Good afternoon, sir. If I could get your name and address for the record?
John Atkinson, 4342 Indian River, Edgewater, Terramar Village.
All right, sir, you had a comment you would like to make?
As the planning gentleman mentioned, this has been going on now for several years that I know of, where people are being sold lots that will not fit the houses they order for them. I don't know who's responsible for that, whether it's the piece of property they're being sold or the homeowner who's buying a house too big for the property. I know at least 5 in the past year that have had to have zoning variances done. And this needs to come to a stop.
All right, sir.
You know, if
the
people will put a single wide on the property, they'll have plenty of room on both sides.
What do you have, sir?
I have 2 double wides on legal lots.
Okay.
When you say legal lots, which lots are, oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to, when you say on legal lots, are you in Terramar 3?
Yes.
And you fit, your double wide fits in the 7.5?
Yes, I'm on one of the older sections.
So you have a larger lot?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
All right. Our next one will be Mr. Carl Warner.
My name is Carl Warner, and my address is 10 River Park Boulevard in Edgewater.
Okay.
I am the owner of the mobile home park, Terramar Village, and wanted to come out and give my support to Mark and Beth, and also be available to talk about Terramar, maybe some of its history, and answer some questions that you folks might have about the project itself.
All right, sir. Do we have any questions for
I
him?
do have one question. Why was Terramar, do you have any idea why that one has different setbacks than all the other?
Yeah, that's the magic question. It started off from all the different records that we have as up to approximately 5 different sections of Terramar Village. The first 2, sections 1 and 2, were in a MH5 zoning. The remaining ones were MH1 zoning. As the developers had come and go from Terramar over the years, the bits and pieces just evolved in this manner. And I believe that's the reason why the inter-office memorandum came about back in the 1980s. They saw that this growth was going to start in Section 3, and they needed to have a way to say, well, how do we tie together 2/3 of the park with the remaining 1/3 of the park and have a place that has the same aesthetic look, same amount of square footage, so on and so forth. And so that inter-office memorandum from the 1980s did a very, very good job handling most of the development that went on. As time evolved, though, the marketplace also changed, where people wanted to start looking at modular homes, and modular homes are allowed in an MH5 scenario. They're not allowed in an MH1. And that text amendment that brought about this opportunity now to have these discussions with you folks brought this unintended consequence. It allows for the modular homes now in all of Terramar Village, but it kind of reset the clock for Section 3 and took that inter-office memorandum off the table. And now, in order for us to do the permits, we have to go through the process of explaining what has happened over all these years.
So my final question would be, if these were administratively done, as the county said, there's a lot of this going on, and they were done to 5-foot setbacks, would that be out of character for Terramar?
That would be completely in character with it. Mr. Hanson is doing absolutely a fantastic job getting it pushed through the different means that he has. We'll be working on a new text amendment. Hopefully that'll keep the next 8, 10, 15 people that might want to come talk with you folks from having to come in and do the same.
Are you planning on expanding more phases?
Yeah, we're sold out at this time. The remaining phases have been sold to other developers. They haven't done anything with those properties, but Terramar in and of itself is in its final development stage. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for the speaker? All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. David Kennedy. Good afternoon, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
David Kennedy, 152 Indian River Drive, Edgewater.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I live right to the north of these people.
Uh-huh.
Okay, okay. You said they purchased their land in 2021. Okay, so that ordinance was in 2020 that it could only be so big. So why would they have sat there and said, we can fit this house in there if they knew they couldn't fit this house in there? Okay, and does a carport have to be a certain size, or can they take their 2.5 feet that they're trying to move closer to me and take it off their carport?
These are questions you'd have to ask them. But I'll have them come up and answer that. But I think based upon the history of the park is probably what they made their assumption on. And we're even talking about doing it administratively to go ahead and allow the 5-foot setbacks. So,
Yeah.
I mean, hopefully that answers your question.
Not really.
Go ahead.
Do you have a 5-foot setback or
I have a 7.5 foot.
you have a 7.5 foot setback?
And my question is,
Thank you.
my question is, you said you were to the north of them. Are you across Indian River, or are you the adjacent property to them?
My house is on both Dolphin Way and Indian River.
Is on Dolphin?
There's a point.
Okay, so you're one of the
house on
lots,
the point.
you're one of the lots
Yeah.
on the point. So their carport wouldn't even abut your actual property, right? Even if they shortened it? Your property is not either adjacent east or west of their property? Which one?
Yeah. I mean, they're backed up right to our bedroom.
Oh, so you're the point. You're the actual point. So you are the abutting neighbor.
Right.
Okay.
So they're gonna back up right to our bedroom.
And is your carport on that side as well too?
I have 2 carports, one on each road.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it because it's a weird shaped lot. Okay, I get it. I'm seeing it now. Thank you for your answers.
Other lots in the neighborhood there though are all 5 foot, right?
No.
They're all 7-foot setbacks?
Some of them are even smaller. But it's like my mom, I live right across the street from my mom, and she has at least 7.5 feet between each house.
Well, between the homes would be greater than,
I mean,
10
7.5 feet, it'd be 15 feet. Yeah, she's got at least that.
Okay.
So you have an objection to us having a set in 5-foot setbacks?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my objection.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also have a Janice Kennedy. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you just pull that down there to you. There you go. Your name and address for the record.
Janice Fisher Kennedy, 152 Indian River Drive North.
Okay, you have a comment you would like to make?
Yes. If you allow that setback, it is just too close to us. It's just, I gave her a couple of pictures. I don't know if
Yeah,
you can see them.
Okay. That's these right here.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I just, it's more noise, it's more everything, crammed right up against us.
Mm-hmm.
My bedroom's on that side. So, and I'm not real well, and I spend a lot of time in my bedroom. So, in bed. And it's just too close.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know to say.
Okay.
Again, do you have a 5-foot or a 7.5 foot from your lot line?
7.5.
7 foot. They all do there.
And it's what they all should be.
So I do have a question.
Instead of just bringing in all these things that don't fit the lots.
Mr. Feller?
So you submitted these pictures?
Yes.
Is this your truck? The pickup truck in the picture?
No, that's the other neighbor.
So that
And
is
he just got out of the hospital. He's in a hospital bed at home, and he couldn't come here today.
So that's the neighbor to the west of the property.
Yes.
So that carport is closed in. it looks like.
Yes.
And then he parks his truck in that 7.5-foot setback that you guys don't want houses in, correct?
I don't know.
I'm just trying to look at it and see. Okay.
Ms. Kennedy, I'd like to ask one question, and that is, would 2.5 feet make a difference as far as being where it's located to your
Yes.
bedroom? 2.5 feet?
Yes. I think it should conform to the what it is.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am. All right. And that takes care of the public participation forms I have. Is anybody in the audience like to speak to this case? Yes. Oh, yeah, you can come back forward. Yeah, I apologize for that. I was going to let you come back up and answer questions or make comments, rebuttal.
First off, in April of 2021, we started this whole process. We bought a 50 by 100 foot lot. Nothing in the public records nor in the things for Terramar stated it was 7.5 feet. It was 5 feet. We went to Prestige and we picked out a house that would give us, with our carport, the 5 feet variance on each side. We didn't buy a house too big for our lot. It's within the lot specifications. We never knew it was 7.5 feet till we started pulling permits.
So in other words, you have documents saying that it was 5 feet.
That is what we understood and what our builder, Prestige Homes, was able to ascertain
that it was
from the information. In fact, I myself went to the Volusia County website to check the mobile home zoning, and I work in public records all day, and all that I could determine was that it was 5 feet and that it had been that way for some time.
Okay.
So when the 2020 change occurred, it's definitely difficult to find, and in my profession, I deal with those matters frequently.
And also, this will be our homestead. We will be there 24/7, 365. Not everybody in Terramar has homestead on their property. They are not full-time residents. Thank you. We've been married too long.
Okay, well, it's limited to I was looking at the condition that staff put on this, so it just basically says it's limited to the dimensions as depicted on the proposed mobile home and carport, so.
Correct.
You're good with that, okay.
If I could,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Susan.
want to make sure that it's clear that until that 2020 amendment, it was 5-foot setbacks in the development, and there's a lot of homes built at 5-foot setbacks because that was allowed. In 2020, when we allowed for the modular homes, we inadvertently changed the setbacks to 7 feet. So that's why they're required now. But anything built before that was allowed 5 foot.
Okay.
In this section of Terramar.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
I think that pretty much answered, Susan gave a good answer for what I was going to ask.
All right, sir. Ma'am, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other public participation on the web?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up commission discussion or a motion.
I'd like to discuss for 2 seconds before a motion, but this is a tough one because I hate seeing aggrieved neighbors. But this is an administrative problem, and I hope it gets solved administratively so that we're not the bad guys up here.
I'd entertain a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion. I want to get case V 22068. I'm going to recommend approval for both variances and one condition from staff.
All right. Do I have a second?
I'll be the good guy and second that.
Okay. Okay, I've got a motion from Mr. Sixma to approve variances 1 and 2 with the one condition from staff for variance 22-068. Is there any, and a second from Mr. Costa, is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Ms. Shelley, can I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-22-069, variances to separate non-conforming lots and to the minimum yard requirements on prime agricultural A1 zoned property.
Ms. Jackson, this one is yours.
Yes, sir. So this property is located at,
Your mic just went dead.
did that myself. It's a long day. All right, it's located at 555 Emporia Road in Pearson. It's approximately 4,000 feet south of Peterson Road on the west side of the extension of Emporia Road. The applicants are requesting this variance in order to obtain a building permit to replace a pool screen enclosure. They got stuck at the permitting stage where they weren't issued a permit because of this situation. So it's a variance to separate parcels, and then we're throwing in a variance to legitimize the location of the existing house again. The subject property is zoned A1, but it's only 5 acres in size, so it doesn't meet the minimum lot size requirements. A1 requires 10 acres. In 2006, this property was developed with a single-family house, a pool, and a pool enclosure. The owners purchased the property in 2012, and they recently wanted to redo the screen enclosure over the existing pool. And that's when they were stopped. They were told they needed a non-conforming lot letter, but they knew they couldn't get a good one because in 2020, they bought the property just to the south of them, the one that is highlighted in yellow here on the aerial photograph. And that parcel is also 5 acres in size, also zoned A1. It's been developed with a single-family mobile home since 1988. So because both these lots are developed with homes, they can't be combined, and therefore the variance to separate lots is required. And then while we were reviewing that, we found that the existing house sits on the lot at 49.39 feet instead of the required 50 feet. So it's just it's an encroachment of like 4 inches. So when we review the variances, we do recommend approval of both. With regard to variance 1, the unique circumstances are that it was developed in 2006 with a single-family home on the 5-acre parcel. The current owners didn't purchase the parcel until 2012 and didn't purchase the parcel to the south of it until 8 years later. Both were already developed with single-family homes. They can't be combined unless one of them can be considered an accessory dwelling unit, and neither of them meet the requirements for an accessory dwelling unit. So with the exception of purchasing the second parcel without knowledge of the nonconformities, the owners are not responsible for the circumstances. Literal interpretation of the code would require one of the homes to be demolished, or so that the parcels could be combined, which would be considered an unnecessary hardship. Literal interpretation of the code, it's the minimum variance to allow the parcels to be separated, and so that the owners can obtain building permits, and granting the variance will not be injurious to the area. The parcels have been owned and developed separately for many years without complaint. As to variance 2, we find that it meets all 5 criteria as well. The unique circumstances is that the house was permitted in 2006, likely at the correct setback, and just placed incorrectly on the property. It's a 4.68 inch encroachment. Literal interpretation of the code would require the home to be moved that small amount, which would be an unnecessary hardship. It is the minimum variance to legitimize the existing house's location, and we don't find it to be injurious to the area. As far as property rights, we find that it implicates consideration 1 and 2. The property owners have the ability to improve their property. However, improvements are subject to local ordinances, including setbacks, unless varied. With that, we do recommend that these variances are approved, and we have not provided any conditions for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions for staff?
Has there, and I don't know what the complications would be or what it would take to get something like this done, but if there was only one, say variance 2 with this case, is there any way that something could be done administratively to prevent
Yes.
for 4 inches? I mean, it seemed like a staff should be able to make that decision and then not.
Yes, well, unfortunately, we
come
don't.
before.
We've been working on an administrative variance
We've been
provision.
talking
Unfortunately, one does currently, there doesn't exist a provision for staff to do that. But we are crafting one to deal with these essentially survey errors that are, within a certain tolerance and percentage. So these things, due to a survey error, doesn't have to go before this commission. And also with the scenario where, there's one house on, there's a house on each non-conforming lot, and then we suddenly require them to be combined, but you can't combine them because you can't have 2 houses on one lot. That also needs to go through either an exception or administrative variance type provision. So we're working on codes to prevent this type of situation from reoccurring in the future.
I would also assume that a survey from the 2000 with the technology that was available versus, we can pinpoint a ant right now. I'm sure that has something to do with it as well too, not just an error maybe, but just the tools are different.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, the applicant's ready to go. Could I get your name and address for the
Yes,
record?
I'm Christopher Wolcott. Address is 555 Emporia Road in Pearson, Florida.
Okay. You've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to it?
No, just other than this is costing me a lot of money just to replace a screen room on, the back of a pool. I bought the property next door to me and adjacent as a real estate property to, invest with my family and my kids and give them something later on when I pass. So I guess my next question for you guys is currently, I'm trying to improve my property that is there and everything. I did the screen. We're doing the screen room with the pool and everything. And I do own that property next door. And my intentions on that is, if I want to build something on that particular property, am I going to have to come back here again and do a variance for that property because I own the property next door to it?
I'll let Ms. Jackson answer that.
No, getting this variance will separate it from your property that you live in. But if it was ever owned in conjunction with any of its abutting property besides yours, we'll end up having to look at that again.
But does that mean if I owned it in Jason or
any past ownership, common ownership triggers this condition. So it won't count with regard to the parcel that you live in, the one we're separating from now.
Right.
But if it was owned in conjunction with anything to the south of it, like this one,
Correct.
even if it was 10 years ago, then it will have to go through that process to separate it from this parcel or this parcel or this, if there was ever common ownership.
Okay, so if that property to the south of hold on a second, 565 that I own, if that property was owned by whoever, then that means I would have to do that.
Yes, sir.
And how do I clarify that and find that out? Because I
It-
don't know, all these lots in here, I don't know who's owned them or what, and honestly, every one of these lots are property line to property line, and there's multiple houses of 5-acre tracts all the way down here, and these people come across my property every day to go to their houses. And there's not no easement. The only reason I have an easement when I bought this house is the neighbor adjacent to the north of me gave their son an easement, and so did the little corner piece there to the north of that one, gave an easement for the house that I bought to build that house. There was an easement put in there.
We can talk about the access issues and easements, so forth. We can talk about that at a different point. We're just talking about the variance for your properties today.
Right.
But basically, it takes title research to determine if there was common ownership.
Okay. So there's possibly that I will have to come back here, and if whoever owned all of these and broke them up and subdivided them.
It depends on the date at which that occurred and if there was ever common ownership after that point. So I can help you with the title research and show you how to do that.
Okay.
And for your knowledge, sir, I spoke with Susan about this quite in depth because I asked the same question and I thought, isn't this crazy? And Susan, is there anything that can be done about that? I know we talked about that a little bit. Is there, I mean, that common ownership?
Part of the administrative variance thing might touch on something that could assist. I don't know that it would in this case. It would because it appears that they all have homes on them.
Right.
But.
All right. I feel you. I know what
It
you're
all
going
depends
through.
on how it's written.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I question, and this is an old right, by the way, too. It's something that's been in there for a long time from what I'm to understand, and it's aggravating. I know what you mean.
Okay.
Yeah, it's time consuming for you guys and me as a business owner, and it's time to. I will say that your guys' office was 100% helpful for me dealing with the zoning to get this even where we're at right now. So I definitely appreciate that with the help.
I can understand the frustration. I really can. Okay, do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right, sir, we're going to see if we have any public participation. If we do, I'll give you a chance to come back. If not, we'll go ahead and make a decision. Okay, do we have any public participation for this case? On the web?
No, sir.
All right, we'll close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or a motion.
Go ahead.
I'm prepared to make a motion. In case V22069, I recommend that we approve the variance requests to variances 1 and 2. 1 to separate the parcels and 2 to legitimize the placement of the house.
And I'll second that.
Okay, I got a motion to approve variances 1 and 2 for case V22069. And there is no staff conditions. And a second from Mr. Young. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next case, please, Ms. Shelley.
Case number V-22-072, a variance to separate non-conforming lots on urban single-family residential R9 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And this is Ms. Jackson also.
Yes, sir. So the two properties associated with this request are 6825 and 6828 Ingram Road in New Smyrna Beach. They're located on the east side of Ingram Road. Well, one of them is located on the east side of Ingram Road and the other on the west side, approximately 185 feet south of its intersection with Redfish Avenue. So the variance is, again, to separate lots. They're non-conforming parcels for the R9 zoning classification that requires 7,500 square feet and a 75-foot lot width. The one in red doesn't meet that requirement, and it was purchased. The one in yellow on this aerial, that's the home, the primary home that the people live in, and they've lived in there for quite a while. They purchased the one that's in red at a later date and created the common ownership. And This common ownership rule even applies if it's across the street. So that's why we're here today, is to separate the parcels again. That, in fact, with this situation, they do have a building permit on the parcel that's red parcel. It apparently was kind of issued in error, and what stopped them was they're trying to put a wall or a fence up, and that's what stopped it. And they have to go through this process in order to complete that whole project. So we, in reviewing this application, we find that it fails criteria 2, simply because the applicants are responsible for the purchase of that other property in 2017. But keep in mind that these properties were platted as part of Bethune Volusia Unit 6 prior to the current zoning regulations, and they're both parcels were considered legal non-conforming lots until they came under common ownership. The applicants are not responsible for platting of the property, but they are responsible for creating the common ownership. Literal interpretation of the zoning code would deprive the applicants of the ability to develop parcel A, and it's an undue hardship as these are separated by a right-of-way from parcel B. Parcel A and parcel B are separated and cannot be developed cohesively as one property. It's the minimum variance for this property, and it will not be injurious to the area. The lots are the same general configuration and size as all the other lots in the area. So with property rights considerations, we find that it implicates 1, 2, and 4. The property owners have the authority to improve and develop and or sell the property. However, any improvements are subject to local ordinances, including lot size and width unless varied. We do recommend, we have to recommend denial based on not meeting criteria 2. However, should the board find that the applicants provide competent and substantial evidence, we have no conditions recommended for this variance.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions for staff?
Just a clarification, this wouldn't need to happen if they didn't own both, if it wasn't common ownership. If somebody else owned the parcel, they could just get building permits,
absolutely,
meet setbacks, do whatever. It's only because there's common ownership. And I thank you so much for explaining all that before too, Susan. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't understand. The streets in the.
We don't have, is the applicant present? May I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hello.
Hello.
Janice Campanella, 6828 Ingram Road, New Smyrna Beach.
And I'm Richard Campanella, same address.
All right, sir. You've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I can't hear him.
I think he forgot his,
Okay.
I'm hard of hearing, and to get out of the house to make it here on time, I forgot my hearing aids.
You're fine.
So I apologize.
I said you've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I think I would just to clarify to your point is that it was kind of, as Ms. Jackson mentioned, we have resided in our 6828 property. I think we acquired that in 2013, and subsequently in 2017, when the lot across the street became available, we purchased that. And it was without our knowledge that these two properties were combined, apparently, because the ownership was the same, and that's why we're here today.
Okay.
Even with a big street right in the middle.
Even with a big street in the middle, correct.
Right.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, let's see if we have any public participation forms for this case. And if we do, I'll give you an opportunity to come back. And it doesn't look like I've got any forms. Do we have anybody on the web?
No, sir.
All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation of commission discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion, Chair. A motion in case V22072 that we approve the variance to separate the parcels.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion from Mr. Feller to approve variance of V22-072 and a second from Ms. Shelley, and there is no staff conditions. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Ms. Shelley, can I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Case number V-22-073, variances to separate non-conforming lots and the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R9 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Mr. Hanson.
Yes, Michael Hanson, Planning Development Service once again. The address for the subject property is 6324 Ingram Road in New Smyrna Beach. Location is on the west side of Ingram Road, approximately 300 feet southeast of its intersection with Drum Avenue. We're looking at another variance to separate non-conforming lots. This is as variance 1, but also variance 2 is a variance to reduce the front yard setback from 25 to 23 feet to allow the permitting for a proposed renovation for an existing second floor balcony. The zoning classification for the subject property is R9 with the future land use of ULI. Their existing use is a single family home. It is located within Mosquito Lagoon local plan area and also the Indian River Lagoon surface water improvement and management overlay zone. The R9 zoning classification requires that property to be 7,500 feet of lot area or greater. This one's providing 5,000, and the lot width requires 75-foot width, which this one provides 50. The property, as highlighted yellow on that aerial there, is the subject property. The parcel right to its south that you can see, and there may be some other better pictures in your staff reports, show the adjoining parcel that has common ownership. The applicants purchased the proper or subject property in 2019 and have resided in it. One thing to note, the property is within the coastal high hazard area as well. The adjoining property that shares common ownership with the subject property is vacant, as you can see from the aerial imagery. Now, variance 2 deals with a variance to reduce the front yard setback from 25 feet to 23 feet to allow the permitting for a renovation to enclose a second floor balcony. So currently on the property, there's a second floor balcony that allows for people to, or the homeowners or their guests to walk out and take a look over the front yard and see Ingram. However, the proposed renovations would enclose that, and as is right now, the renovation plan does not increase the actual footprint of what's already there for this potential front yard issue. However, because enclosing it, it basically voids protection that's being granted to it right now, because in section 72-277A13, we allow up to a 3.5 foot overhang for a roof or unenclosed stairway or balcony, and there's a couple other pieces there too. However, by enclosing it, it kind of essentially voids that protection, and that's why we're looking at variance 2. Staff had a note that there may be other existing structures located on the subject property that don't, or that do not meet the minimum zoning standards. We took a look at the front deck area to make sure that we could address the zoning need. I know the applicants are working on renovating the stairs and the deck upon the roof. However, those are not, I reviewed those. They're not subject to need for a variance, but there's some other areas as far as in the back that might potentially fall within a setback area. However, variances weren't requested for those, so we weren't looking at that particular area. As far as our criteria, staff found that the variance one for separation of the non-conforming lots, that the variance one met all 5 of the criteria. The subject parcel was created in 1982 by a previous owner, and the history of common ownership was before the current owner acquired the property in 2019. So thus they're not responsible for it. The literal interpretation of the zoning ordinance would deprive the owner of the ability to get a building permit for a house that they already have on the property, which would likely work an undue and unnecessary hardship upon the applicant. The variance one is the minimum variance necessary to allow the homeowners to be able to acquire building permits, and the parcel as is has existed in its current configuration and the other parcel there for approximately 40 years. Once again, as far as the title research that was conducted, it was conducted upon the subject parcel, so it was not conducted upon the parcel that shares common ownership, so the other parcel may have potential common ownership with other parcels. So variance one would only separate the parcel from the current adjoining parcel. Variance two, staff determined based on our review of criteria that it fills 3 of the 5 criteria. Noting there's no special circumstances or conditions that are particular to land, building, structure, sign, regarding the renovations. Because the renovations are being done by the applicants, it's entirely their actions. However, the proposed renovation to the existing balcony does not increase the footprint. As I mentioned before, the act of enclosing it does negate that protection of the allowing up to the 3.5-foot overhang into the front yard setback, as referenced by 72-277A13. The literal interpretation of the zoning ordinance would prevent the applicants from completing their desired renovation, and that may possibly constitute unnecessary hardship upon the applicants, as their proposed work is not actually increasing the footprint on the property. This would be the minimum variance necessary to make reasonable use of the residence as built with the proposed renovations, and the requested variance is not likely injurious to the surrounding area. Upon review of the surrounding area, there's a number of other properties with similar conditions and set at a similar front yard setback. Thus, it was staff's recommendation to approve variance 1, case V22-073, as the variance successfully meets all 5 criteria, and to deny variance 2, case V22-V073, as the variance fails 3 of the 5 criteria for granting said variance. However, if the PLDRC sees fit to grant the variances, condition 1 is, or conditions, variance 1 is offered without any conditions, and variance 2 is limited to the dimensions as shown on the variance site plan. And I'll stand for any questions the board or commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Any questions for staff? Mr. Feller.
As always, I do. So obviously the front yard setback is for parking. So this is not increasing the footprint on the floor, as you said. It's the 3-foot overhang. If it was a screened-in patio, would it lose that same thing, that 3.5 foot, if it were a screened-in patio, or is it just because they're making it actual square footage of the house that they lose it?
So if it was screened in, I believe that would constitute the definition of enclosing it, so it wouldn't be afforded that protection. The language in the code allows for an unenclosed balcony, stairway, bell spire, a couple other terms that they use.
So by closing this in, they encroach
exactly
2 feet or 3 feet? What was it? I guess it would be
it's an encroachment of 2 feet because it's going from 25 feet to 23 feet.
But not changing the surface area of the driveway.
That's correct.
Okay. Ready? Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present? I could get your name and address for the record, sir.
My name's Gary Knuth. I live at 63224 Ingram Road.
All right, sir, you've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Just to respond to a couple of the issues there. First off, I believe this is a reasonable request, 2 feet encroaching an existing structure that's already there. But some of the criteria that were referenced, I think I have a different interpretation of those. First being the unique characteristics of the property. I think the fact that I needed to get the non-conforming lot letter indicates it's a rather unique property because it doesn't meet the minimum size to even do construction in an R9 area. The other one is criteria 2, which was special circumstances do not result in the actions for the applicant.
Muted.
If we agreed with item 1, I had nothing to do with this being a 50-foot lot. So I believe that I'm exempt from that one. And then the last one was criteria 4, which the request for a minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the property. I think it's a minimal request, and I think it's a reasonable use of our property.
All right, sir. Any questions for the applicant?
How much square footage will it add?
240.
Do we know, has there been any check on lot coverage? Does that
Yes.
change any of that? We're good? Whew, it's an old neighborhood.
All right, let's see if we have any public participation, and then if we do, I'll give you a chance for rebuttal. Okay, I do not have any forms for this case. Do we have any?
No, sir.
On the web?
No, sir.
No, okay. All right, we'll close the floor for public participation. Over for commission discussion or a motion. Okay, it's getting late. Come on. Come on. I gotta start prodding you. Let's do it.
I'll make a motion. Case number V-22-073, be approved, subject to staff conditions.
Okay, I've got a motion to approve variance 1 and 2 for V-22-073 with the one condition for variance 2 from staff. And a second from Mr. Bender. Mr. Costa, I'm sorry. Well, I caught it out of this ear. Okay, a motion for Ms. Shelley and a second for Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
I think Mr. Knuth could be Glenn Storrs' brother. Looks a lot like him, doesn't he?
Okay, that does it for the new business. We do have one case under the old business. And so we're going to hear that case right now. So Ms. Shelley, will you read it into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Case number V-22-043. Variances to the minimum yard requirements, building height, and maximum lot coverage on urban single-family residential R9 zoned property.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. And Ms. Jackson, this is yours.
Yes, and I'd like to, for the record, state that the application is now of Darren Elkind rather than Ricky Schrader. The owners have changed the applicant midstream. So this is a continuance from a previously heard, I think in February, case. At that time, it had 3 variances. It was continued because we needed to address the potential for 2 additional variances, but further research, we found that it only needed 1 additional variance. So the property is located at 6887 South Atlantic Avenue in New Smyrna Beach. It's on the east side of South Atlantic Avenue at the northeast corner of its intersection with Sheepshead Drive. The variances associated with this are: variance 1 is to reduce the west side yard from 25 feet to 15 feet. Variance 2 to reduce the south front yard from 15 feet to 7.25 feet. Variance 3 to reduce the waterfront yard from 25 feet to 7.5 feet. And the new variance is to increase the maximum building height from 35 feet to 38.5 feet for a 3.5-foot high perimeter railing on top of the roof. So it's all for a proposed residence. The property is zoned R9. It is a lawful non-conforming lot. It's a beachfront lot. It was developed with a single-family home that was demolished in 2008, and the applicants want to develop it with a new single-family home. It's a corner lot. It's adjacent to Atlantic Avenue on the west, and then Sheepshead Avenue extension to the south. The Sheepshead Avenue extension is a beach access right-of-way. It's not developed as a road, but there is a walkway that pedestrians can take to the beach. As such, it's considered a right-of-way and requires a front yard setback. In the R9 zoning classification, one front yard setback, the primary, is a 25-foot setback, and that secondary can be 15 feet. They're asking for variances to both of those. And then also the waterfront lot, it's a waterfront lot which requires a 25-foot setback measured from the revetment. The north property line is a side yard, requires 7 feet, and they are proposing to meet that setback. So, as I said, the property is a legal non-conforming lot. It measures 50 feet wide by 100 feet deep. So if you applied the full setback requirements, the buildable area would only be 28 feet wide by 28 feet deep. The proposed new house measures 35.66 feet wide by 48 feet deep. In order to achieve that sized house on this lot, the applicants request to reduce the front yard adjacent to Atlantic Avenue to 15 feet, adjacent to Sheepshead to 7.25 feet, and the waterfront yard to 7.5 feet. Variance 4 is requested to the maximum building height to allow for a perimeter railing on top of the roof. The applicant desires to use the roof as a rooftop deck. The zoning code does allow certain customary structures to extend above the maximum height up to an additional 25 feet. And the listed structures are spires, belfries, cupolas, antennas, water tanks, ventilators, solar panels, windmills, chimneys, penthouses. But penthouses is defined as requiring that it house mechanical equipment like an elevator or something like that, or air conditioning equipment. So it's not just a penthouse that you can have for a livable room. But all those things listed, it does not include deck railings. Therefore, this variance is before you as well. The house is approximately 4,600 square feet proposed, and it's 3 stories in height. I also want to note that there is a deck associated with the previous single-family house that remains on the lot, and it covers the entire rear yard of the property. The applicants have stated that this deck will be removed. So, recommendations with regard to variance 1, 2, and 3, the setback variances. We find that they fail criteria 4. They're not the minimum variances requests. They could redesign the house to reduce the variances, but we do find that it meets criteria 1, 2, 3, and 5. There are unique circumstances associated with the lot. It's 2,500 square feet less in size and 25 feet less in width than a typical R9 lot. It's also a corner lot with 2 fronts and a waterfront lot, which considerably reduce the buildable area. Those conditions are not due to the actions of the applicant. Literal interpretation of the code may cause an unnecessary hardship, as it would severely limit the building footprint to 28 feet by 28 feet. And the variances Staff finds them unlikely to be injurious to the area. There's been similar variances granted along both Atlantic Avenue and adjacent to similar pedestrian beach accesses. The resulting residence would be similar in size and character to others in the immediate area. Variance 4, however, we find that it fails all 5 criteria and therefore recommend denial. There are no special circumstances associated with this, the land or the home, that would compel this variance. The need for the variance is due solely to the desires of the applicant for a specific architectural feature. Literal interpretation of the code is not a commonly held right and is not found to work an undue hardship. A rooftop deck could still be achieved with a 2-story house without need for a variance. And we find that it would not be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the zoning code, nor compatible with the neighborhood. The height limitation provides massing controls and supports uniform arrangement of the built environment. Allowing a height variance may also degrade the view shed of adjacent properties. With regard to property rights consideration, we find these variances implicate consideration 2. The property owner has the ability to improve their property. However, any improvements are subject to local ordinances, including lot size and setbacks, unless varied. So with that, if the applicant provides competent and substantial evidence, we have provided 3 conditions for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions, and Mr. Elkind is in the audience to present his case as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any questions for staff? Ms. Jackson, I'm going back and thinking about this case when we originally heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Did we had quite a few public participation at that point, did we not?
We did, and I think in your packet you have also been provided with a letter of opposition.
Mm-hmm.
There were quite a few, I can't remember how many, less than 5 probably, people that spoke that I believe they were not in favor of this variance before.
Right, I was very aware of that, but I'm just trying to recollect, it seems to me like we had quite a few though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the previous discussion and all the testimony held in that discussion, this is a continuation of that. So everything said during that meeting is substantial evidence and may be referred to if and when, you know, your decision is appealed, whatever it may be.
Okay.
There's a link on the actual staff report to the previous meeting. It's the entire meeting, so you're going to have to scrub to the next to where this particular hearing actually occurred. But if anyone wants to watch the previous hearing or listen to the testimony, it's there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sora. All right. Mr. Elkind. Good afternoon, sir.
Record, my name is Darren Elkind. My professional address is 142 East New York Avenue. I will say, and if you want to listen to it, I can tell you exactly where the hearing starts and stops for your last meeting. I'm going to go through my presentation, but I will tell you that I've been coming to this room for 27 years. I'm going to handle this one just a little differently than I normally do. But this is about the strangest one. I thought I've seen everything, but this is about the strangest case I've looked at and been involved with. It's unusual. I think it is fair to say that if there were nobody in the room, we would have listened to that. You all would have listened to that report, approved it, and that'd be that. But this has turned a little different. So let me start by saying this. I want to introduce my clients. We've got Mr. and Mrs. Ty Beecher and Nadia Horst, Dr. Horst. They are from Fort Lauderdale, where I grew up as a young man and went to high school. They are joined by their friend and neighbor from who was their neighbor for a number of years in Fort Lauderdale, Rosemary Sullivan, who will speak in a minute. Ms. Sullivan lives just down the street on A1A on an oceanfront lot. It's also a 50 by 100 lot, like so many of them we've even heard about today. The owners, they have 11-year-old boy, and we were having some nice conversations about school considerations and those things. So they plan on moving here, not right after it depends on the school situation, but you know, in short order. So this will be their home. They're moving here. And their friend, Miss Sullivan, we have her to blame for all of this because she told them, you got to move to New Smyrna Beach. It's beautiful. You got to get out of Lauderdale, and you can live on the ocean, and it's beautiful. And so here they are. They came and they looked and they contracted for the lot, and they started driving around. Well, let's got to look for the builder and get going on the plans and all those things. And they found a builder, and he said, "Oh, you need to get a variance," and you had a hearing. They knew nothing about any of the other issues that I'll discuss in a moment. That they just didn't, and I fear that they will suffer simply by virtue of who they happened to call on a sign and who took their call and had a nice conversation with them. And I hope that doesn't work out, but I am concerned about it. The important thing here in every case that I handle, if it's a variance, which I don't take a lot of them, is have you crossed the hog line? Are you asking for something by way of a variance that is more than what you should be asking for? Is it obnoxious? Is it more than what's in the neighborhood? And it's not. And I'm pretty candid about things. It's not, and the staff report tells you it's consistent with what's in the neighborhood, with the exception of the railing, and that's something, you know, if that has to go, that has to go. I guess if it was a pitched roof, it would be higher than the railing anyways, but that's an aside. I want to talk for a minute about some of the written objections. The home right across the street wrote you an email. It's in your staff report. That person says they don't live there, by the way. That's not listen, I got the background. When folks had issues with short-term rentals, I've read about it. I've read some of the public records. I'm aghast at it, quite frankly. It was any event. That woman, that person, I should say, from across the street, writes that, you know, need to follow the code. You're required to have a 7,500 square foot lot to build a house, and stick to the code, follow the building code. Well, I would note that home from that owner is a 50-foot by 100-foot, 5,000 square foot lot, just like this one. So what I would say is, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. We have some other objections. I think we have one neighbor who may be here. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him, who does live in the neighborhood, not across the street, but down the street. Happy to hear his objections. And I know we will have you asked Mr. Mills about public comment, and you're going to have some public comment today. I asked the clients, speak with your next door neighbors, because they're the ones who are most impacted. Mr. Vega's here. I had an opportunity to speak with him this morning. I don't want to say anything, Pete, that I'm not supposed that you didn't authorize me to say. I think he's going to get up and tell you that on the record he's going to say, you know, follow the code, but he supports, and he doesn't live there, but his neighbors, and asked him if there was anything specific about the variances we're asking that's problematic, or the design of the home, and no, it's not that, just, you know, issues are what they are. And I understand the pain that he has suffered with some of the things that have gone on, and the folks that were involved before. I would note that the house on the south side, Peter, Mr. Vega, his information, my investigation shows that house is about 7.6 feet from the property line. And some people may be confused by that side yard setback. Well, it's a front yard setback to the beach walkover. It is not 7.5 feet from the walkover, it's 7.5 feet from the property line, so it's going to be pretty much comparable with what's on the other side. And if you go to the other beach walkovers, it should be, from my investigation, comparable to all of those, or most of those. So not asking for anything that's really unique in the neighborhood, or would stand out like a sore throat. And in fact, Ms. Sullivan will get up. The one thing we're going to ask her to tell you is that in addition to being a good neighbor and good people, they're going to build a beautiful home, and they're going to maintain a beautiful home, and it'll be an asset to the neighborhood. People should be happy to have there. I haven't personally spoken with them, but I did read the text messages, correct me if I misspeak, from the owner on the north who couldn't be here, but they had no objection to the variance, and I wouldn't say that unless I had some confirmation of that. So I was able to read that through text messages. This is a variance. This is, you know, leave the railing out of it for a second, but everything else, this is a variance that in my experience would be granted all day long, and I had to ask the client, well, you don't need to pay me to get this variance, and then I started doing my digging and got the background and listened to what happened. So I'll apologize for that, I guess. Not my fault, but I'll apologize that you all had to sit through and listen to that. We've got some folks who are upset at the folks that were involved before. The one thing that I want to make sure that in the conditions, the site plan, which the footprint of the house is fine, but I absolutely do not want the variance to be, if it's granted, to be tied to the building elevations that were submitted in the initial application. They'll build a beautiful home if you want to have some, but they need to be able, you know, they haven't finished, they don't have construction plans, they don't have building plans. They need to have some freedom to go the direction they want to go with the building plans and build what they want to build within, if it's granted, this footprint. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I never would do this, but if there's something that I'm missing and something I'm just not getting about this, or any concerns about this, I'd love to hear them and try to address them. If there's something we can do to modify the variance, you know, we'll certainly talk about that. I think they're being reasonable, but my opinion doesn't really matter. So with that, I'll sit down. I'll just reserve a little bit of time so I can listen to what any of the objections might be. I do have, you can take it in any order.
I would do questions first personally.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
yes, sir.
before public comment, I would
yeah,
love,
sure.
as you know, I
Please.
have questions. Some of my questions don't take this as anything, but why did you assume that these would just be passed in previous years? Is that just from experience?
Yes.
So when I look at a case, and I've only been here a year, and I don't think I've ever had an opportunity to work on a case with you, but we look at things like the minimum or the maximum. This appears to me to be at the maximum. Not, you know, when you look at variances, it's like, is this the minimum to get by? This appears to be at the absolute maximum. And that's where I have a question.
Sure.
You can hear, you've been here for the day and you've heard some of these. Mm-hmm. 2 feet here, 2 feet there. I'm actually 100% with you, and I think this whole board would say, the 2 front yards thing is ridiculous, you know. But now you've got an oceanfront property that the setback is looking to be pushed into that, for lack of a better word, preserve area, if you will. And then the front yard setback is looking to be where parking is already. So I think that this one, I mean, maybe it's different than ones you've heard before, but I look at this one personally and say, this is not the minimum use of the land. This is the maximum use of the land. And that's where I would just say that I'm not comfortable with saying this would have just been passed with nobody in the room and no other. I disagree with that statement, and I just wanted to.
Okay. No, that was perhaps a question, perhaps a statement, or a combination thereof, and I appreciate that, and thank you, because that's very helpful to me sitting here trying to do my job. The first thing I did was say, what's around it? Is this going to look totally out of character with what's around it? And I think my understanding is, and Ms. Jackson can throw something at me or chime in, please, if I misspeak. But in my investigation, the home, because remember there was a home there before. And do we know the specifics of the setbacks of the home, the prior home?
I don't, but it is on this aerial. This area was taken in 2006. It shows it. It does not meet our current front yard setbacks, nor does it meet the current side yard and there's a deck over the whole rear of the property.
Which is not to say that you
Right.
get to rebuild, but
Right.
just that home looked, I don't think it's as pretty as the home that they're gonna build, but it's smaller than the one
Yeah,
next
I
to
was
it,
gonna
and it
say
seems to fit.
That was the thing, it
So-
was about half the size, so I did do the math on the neighboring houses. And we're, again, if I'm looking at this from just objectively looking at it.
Sure.
4,600 square foot is the proposed house. And.
On 3 stories.
On 3 stories. And then again, now with the variance to use, and again, maybe you can answer, is the entire rooftop intended to be a deck? Or is it just a portion of the rooftop? And I think it makes a big difference because, again, now you're talking about canopies and all that other stuff. But I bring that up. If you talked about a peaked roof would be limited to the 35 foot. It's not 35 foot to the wall, and then you get to build a cupola or something, I think, is what you've said it can go. But the rooftop would be the 35.
So I think I
But
can I'm
We
sorry.
measure, a peaked roof would be the average height between the peak and the eave. So it does
make the
extend, it can extend above 35 feet.
Right, but only at mid-average, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was making an
Cooper,
academic
yeah,
point.
Gotcha.
Ms. Feller, a couple of things. I don't know if you've done the math on the house and on the houses to one side or the other. But I think what we'll find is that from a setback perspective, they will be comparable certainly to the house immediately adjacent to it. It'll be comparable to that. You might have investigated it more carefully than I did, in fact. It'll be comparable to that. I think in terms of the rear yard setback, it's going to line up with the other houses if you look north and south, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong on this. And the, in terms, so I mean, that's why I'm looking at it saying it fits with, yes, could they build a hovel on there? Sure, something very small, but nobody else has one of those. And quite frankly, if I were living nearby, I want a nice house built there because it improves my property values. In terms of the rooftop deck, if that's a problem, when I hear Ms. Jackson kind of complain about it, that's the time I say, well, maybe we should not be listening. And I read that in the staff report, and I talked with the client, and if we need to abandon that, that's fine.
And from my perspective, it's more of the variances, and now it's coming back a second time, but with an additional variance. Now, instead of what you would assume would be a reduction in the variances from the fact that it seems like there was a lot of animosity towards it, not from me or from anybody here, but from the information that was presented. There were a lot of neighbors saying, we don't want this, we don't want this. And then it was like, it came back to us with additional variances to go more, and it was like, that's a very...
I got it. And let me say this. You'll hear the public comments, with the exception of somebody new who may not have been here the last time, but did submit an email, and I think he's here. And I've been told this by at least one person that objects, is it's not these folks, and it's not these particular variances or the house, it's who the applicant was before. I'm just telling you, it is what it is. We'll call
I will
it
promise you this, it's not coming from, I'll say from myself.
No, sir. I appreciate you. I appreciate the questions you ask, and you don't need to explain that to me. I get that. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Who in the neighborhood. And I'm not asking you to recuse yourself.
No.
We could have a private conversation outside of this where I'd make some jokes, but no.
I presented enough to staff and everything. I got an updated report. I have no interest in properties. I have no financial interest in, so I have no reason to recuse myself.
I am a specialist in this, and I would tell, if I thought about this, was prepared to say it, that your attorney and I would say the exact same thing. Doesn't inure to your private gain of loss, so I'm good with it. And I wasn't suggesting that. Okay. Sorry, we digressed there a little bit.
This is Mr. Elkine. I can tell you that when I looked at this previously, my biggest concern over the whole project was the waterfront setback, being only 7.5 feet. And I know that the surrounding area probably has that or previously done, but we've got a diminishing shoreline there, reduced shoreline that continuously goes on. And so any new construction, I have really concerns about that 7.5 feet to to the,
Would you,
waterfront.
are you comfortable, if I can, do you mind if I just ask? The home, I don't know if we can blow this picture, this aerial up, or if you have another aerial, Susan, that you can blow up. Yeah. So we're removing the deck, which, understand this is the old house, I guess. That's gonna go away. So in terms of where the rear of the building is, where would you be comfortable? In terms of, just if you could give it from a reference from the house immediately next to it. Or the one, yeah, the one immediately. Now that's a deck, but you can see where there's a deck and a roof.
Sure.
I don't know that I'll be able to measure it exactly, but I'm trying to get a sense of that.
Well, I haven't really give that consideration as much as I have encroaching upon that waterfront as much as we are. If anything, I'd rather see the front yard reduced even more rather than go to the rear. You know, and that's where I'm at with this, because we are at 7.5 feet.
You have a mile.
And if we have to reduce maybe the footprint, and I realize the square footage is 3 stories, but we have, I think I figured it up, it was something like a 1,500 square foot footprint on a 3-story home.
It makes sense.
Yeah, that's about 1,500 square feet on the footprint. And so in reference to what Mr. Feller is saying is we could accomplish a smaller footprint and go ahead and let you have 35 feet or whatever more you needed for the top. It's 35 plus your railing on the top.
Yeah, and I don't know how
But
concerned
my
they are.
concern is that encroachment on the waterfront lot side.
Okay.
And if anything, you know, I'm looking at possibly either moving it further forward or even reducing the footprint itself as far as lengthwise.
Got it.
Mr. Chair.
That's where I'm at on that. Yeah, Mr. Young?
To start with, I've been down that beach a lot. I mean, and we've had problems with it. You can't move it in much closer to the road because we have people backing out on that road and all. And I'm concerned also about the footprint, like you're talking about, beachfront. I think it's got to be reduced down. For me, I've got to look at a reduction of it. That's my feeling. And I've seen this along the beach for a long time. I mean, I've been here a number of years. I mean, on this board too. So you can't move it any more forward. You've got to have enough for parking and somebody to back out. And so I'm saying the only way I see you can do it is to reduce the footprint all the way around.
In the rear.
In the rear, and you can't touch, I don't think you can touch the front and move it any closer to the.
I understand.
The street.
Mayor, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Feller?
One of the notes of concern, one of the letters of opposition spoke to the parking on South Atlantic and the fact that it is a difficult street. And so I agree with the whole theory in that I know that, I mean, if anybody knows my history, I know what a 50 by 100 lot is. I lived on one there. It's a very difficult thing, and I'm not saying it's not, but it's also made more difficult by that, you know, I know that just south of there, they just had to do a huge rock abatement and in that area. And so with the chair, I say that, you know, the back setback, I have to tell you, the 2 front yard things drives me crazy, and I am absolutely not against, even though I've heard opposition from my ex parte communications that I've mentioned, that they don't want that. They don't want it encroaching any closer to that walkover. But I honestly will say that I agree with you that that's in line with every other walkover that you go to. So that's not a concern. I know administratively the county can do something with the 15 foot, you know, from 25 foot for the front, or, you know, I know that there was a case on Ingram that we talked about what the county was allowed to do. But my problem comes from, yes, you've got troubles to the west and troubles to the east, and how do you abate those troubles? North and south, I'm actually 100% even against, you know, without hearing comment, I would say that is a normal thing. I'm not outside of the bounds on that. The 35 foot, is something that else I did hear the most about in people that talked to me ex parte about that were, that it would block a sight line potentially. I feel like a railing or a glass probably doesn't do that, and I agree with you on the 3.5 foot. That's something that I think you would almost rubber stamp a little bit of that. It's the east and west setbacks that I have the absolute most problem with here, because I will say, I think everybody wants beautiful homes in their area. It's just, my disagreement with everything is that it is in line with, I think that there's a couple other houses, and I know that there's a person here that's got a big house, but on a different size lot. And that's where I come to. I just think that I concur with what has been said, that it's just too much house on too small of a lot, and that's what it comes down to.
And I think if we, and I'm not arguing, I'm just trying to get a sense of what would make everyone comfortable. And I hear, the homes have been built in the past and were allowed to be built, and the other homes obviously don't meet the waterfront and the front yard setbacks, the east and the west. And I'm just trying to get a sense of, if they were to meet the actual setbacks, then it's not a buildable lot. I mean, as a practical matter.
Clearly.
So I'm just trying to get a sense of, if it's clearly, if we don't go to the 7.5 feet, because they're removing the deck, it's going to be further landward than the other houses, but over time, those houses will come down and we'll try to get them all in line. I get where you're going with that. Right. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, you can't meet the 15-foot, the waterfront yard is 25 feet. If we include the 25-foot front, waterfront yard setback and the 25-foot west front yard, you can't build a house as a practical matter. So I'm just trying to see what works. Obviously, every other house is, if you granted this, it would be consistent with every other house out there, just about.
But again.
But what works? I'm just trying to get a number.
Yeah, exactly. And some of those South Atlantic lots are bisected by the fact that South Atlantic is the abutting to the ocean, and then the lot is on the other side of South Atlantic, so they own all the way. But on these right here, I do agree. Right here. But again, even the north property owner, I think he's at 2,800 square feet is the square footage of that house. And let's just argue that it's a little bit more. I understand it's a 2-story house, or whatever. That really what I'm coming down to is, I think that you're 35 feet. If the south setback was changed to 7.5 feet, you've got a 35-foot lot to build with. We are at 48 foot from what the plans are asking for. And I feel like you can go down some on that from east to west and still have a buildable lot if it's 35 foot or something like that. And my preference obviously would be to take it from the ocean side, because I think that that's the protected side, rather than take it from, and I would think I would be more inclined, and I'm not making a decision because we haven't heard everything yet, but I would be more inclined to see a footprint that would allow for, garage, or however it works out. But in the last one that we just heard with the overhang, they're encroaching in, but they didn't take any of that driveway space, which is very difficult. And so parking at a 4,600 square foot house seems to be like it would be a concern. And
so maybe not on the first floor.
I mean, again, when I look at it, I think to myself, and I know overhangs in Volusia County, the overhang part is counted as into the setback. But again, if there was an allowable for the ground level to protect,
I got you.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because you can park on it.
Yeah.
Or be the garage or
and
whatever.
Mr. Chair, you can make that a condition, is you can have levels of setbacks. You have usually 20 feet is, I think, the recommended setbacks, but cars are getting bigger, so, it's 25 from property line to property line. But above that, you can force it to come in. I just don't know if that's buildable.
That would help on the rear yard, because we're counting the patios on the second and third floor as part of that.
Well, let me tell you where my thought process is going on this, because, not only is the beach eroding and going away, pretty much, but it's inevitably that every time we get a strong northeastern or even a few hurricanes out in the Atlantic, that the property owners want us to come back in and build their beach back, build their seawalls back. And we know that it's going to continue to do this. It's not going to get any better. And so, you know, my question is, should we be allowing these size homes build on these lots? Should we not make them really small? If you want a beachfront property, go with what's happening in the environment. And just because we did that in the past, we did a lot of things in the past that, looking back in hindsight, maybe it wasn't, maybe we shouldn't even be building along this. We should keep it on the other side of A1A. You know, I mean. I got you. And I don't disagree with you. I think if that's the direction that the county wants to go, then I think you put the word out to the world that, hey, there's going to be a change in direction here. We're, you know, like I do this for a living. I came in. This is a no-brainer. And we put the word out to the world. This is what we're doing going forward, but don't do it. Right. But she's about to have a heart attack over here on this thing.
I think that's what code is, though. It's out to the world. I mean, that's what the Volusia County Code. I understand variances, and like I said, I think you're right. There tends to be a rubber stamping. If it's
Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
So, sorry.
I'd like to bring out one thing that is allowed by our code. If it may apply to this lot, that might help with the front yard setback, where it may not require a variance. I do not know, because let me read it to you, and then we can discuss that further. It's section 277(10). In all residential classifications where a lot is situated between two lots, each having a principal building which projects beyond the minimum front yard requirements for its classification, its minimum front yard shall be the average of the distance between the front lot lines and the fronts of the principal buildings on the adjacent properties, but not less than 20 feet. I don't know if that assists with this situation, but it's possible that could
that reduces it probably from 25 to 20.
Yeah, that'd be 20 feet then, which that's about a car.
Subject to what the properties, it appears to me that the properties that are adjacent on either side don't meet the required 25 foot. So that might allow them to go to 20 feet. So that's instead of 15.
Can I ask a question? If that nor'easter came and took that house away, it could not be rebuilt in that condition, correct? Or 75% or more, right? It wouldn't be able to be rebuilt.
No, it's built into the code. So if you, well, it depends. This is a strange provision where it wants to preserve residential sight lines. And so if you have an existing and outdated community where all of the houses are built into the setback, you don't want that empty lot in the middle to be like 30, 40 feet away. You want to bring that empty lot in the middle in line with all the existing residences. And so if all of those houses got knocked down, they have to comply with the setbacks. If the house in the middle got knocked down, it can go back to the 20 feet. So it's a very odd provision in the code. And while they could build to 20 feet, the request is 15. And that's only if, you know, we actually determine that this house is situated between two houses, which ignores the approach.
I guess nobody's talked about what they feel, so I'm gonna open my mouth. And I think that we need at least 20, variants 1 and 3 are the ones I'm concerned about. And the way I look at it, on both of them, a minimum for me is 20 feet.
Are you okay with, for the parking, because that's what I was just asking about, are you planning on having parking, and they really aren't far enough along in the planning for it? So my thought is if we could do the first floor where they have the 20 feet, because that may just be garages. A lot of the homes, as you know, have garages.
You mean a hangover over the parking area?
Hangover sounds so bad, but
I mean,
but yes.
Cantilever, but I mean, okay. Well, yeah, that would at least alleviate, because I mean, a normal, these big cars now are 16 to, the average car is 16 feet long now, these big cars.
Actually, we did some research on that. I think the most popular car used to be the F-150, now it's the F-250. So
What's-
20 feet will probably not cut it anymore.
Well, gas
Probably not
prices
cut it
weren't-
anyway. There you go. So see, I mean, so you need the 20 feet because I mean, somebody that's got a nice house has got a big car. That's pretty near a state, you know, they may have a Jaguar in there, but they.
My wife would be very offended at that comment. I'm just going to let you know. I'm teasing.
Chair, may I?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry. Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to say one more thing, and that's basically that I think you're understanding the overall thought from and maybe you get it from whatever you get, is that I think that there's just too much here. I'm not prepared to say what numbers are exactly right, because I think that there's a lot of people that want to talk about this and all that. But my overall is if you're talking about a minimum and a maximum, we're here. You know, I understand this may not make a buildable lot, you know, but there's somewhere in there that is not here, I think, and that's the important part for my decision making.
Mr. Chair, can I ask just
Sure.
real quick to recap what I'm making some notes and I'm trying to get there. And I know it's late. Is to just ask if I kind of get you all the thoughts is, it sounds like on the first floor on the street front yard, the street side front yard, the west face, that we want a minimum of 20 feet because to be able to park a car in the driveway out front. I got that. And that if it were cantilevered on the second and or third floor, that might be okay. Because we were looking to reduce the west front yard to 15 feet, an extra 5 feet. And I guess we may not need a variance even for the 20 feet. So that's what I wrote down there. On the rear yard.
You will need a variance, but it'd be specific to your elevation.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll still need the variance.
Oh, no, I understand.
Yeah, but it'd be specific to the elevation of whatever you present to us. See, right now, we don't have the elevation. We can't even tie it to an elevation that we don't have.
Which leads us to just a second.
We
We can give you guidelines of what we're looking for. You can present that elevation, and then we can determine if it meets what we discussed.
We don't, what I'm trying to do is do a variance that would put the burden, would lock us up and say, on the first floor, it's at 20 feet, and on the second and third floors, you know, it can go to 15 feet on the west, and then I'm trying to see what I haven't heard from the others, but what you're comfortable with, Chairman, on the east side. And not to be obnoxious and ask questions, I did say I was going to handle this one differently than I ever have.
Is that what the attorney suggested, is that we could set, say, 20 feet on level 1 and 15 feet on 2 and 3?
Fundamentally, here's what the request is of the variance for setbacks. You're drawing a box, right? So they can build whatever house that they can within that box. Doesn't have to be a perfect cube. You can, right? So on this one, on the proffer, is that instead of a perfect cube at the first floor, it's kind of, you know, scrunched up a little bit, but when you get higher up, you can encroach out to, and the reason is to resolve some of the parking and traffic concerns. 15 feet may not be an appropriate setback, and, you know, on the current condition to accommodate the parking of a normal vehicle.
But same with the rear, because I mean, there's the concern about the parking side, but there's also the concern.
Yeah, but the rear hasn't been decided yet. We've had discussion on
But we can then say, as far as, that's what I was getting at, to clarify it, we can do different setbacks for the different levels.
Yes.
I just want to clarify that.
Yes,
Thank you.
That is a typical and traditional technique in planning documents. Your height
I
is
thought
dependent
so.
upon how far it is.
Thank you.
Something like that.
Unless anybody has any other questions for me, which I'm happy to answer, I'm going to be quiet. I know it's late, you got some public participation, and I'll just reserve some time if I can to hear what that is.
Yeah, because we'll then open up for commission discussion, or maybe probably more questions than anything.
And you had, Madam Secretary, there was one person on the phone, Tam, I forget her last name. We told her to log off. It was going to be a while, so.
Okay, we do have public participation forms here, so could I get Ms. Sullivan to come forward, please? If I can get your name and address for the record?
Rosemary Sullivan, 7031 South Atlantic Avenue, New Smyrna Beach, 32169.
You had something you would like to add to this?
Yes, Nadia and Tyson were neighbors of mine in Fort Lauderdale. We lived on the same street, and I saw what they did in the neighborhood. She built a beautiful house, and I think by bringing them into New Smyrna onto our street, it's going to do nothing but enhance. I saw what they did for the property values down there. We have very many big, beautiful homes on the street, and I think they're going to add to that by bringing the same. Not to mention, they're not investors. They're going to live there full time, so it's not going to be a rental situation. They plan on moving their family here and being full-time residents, which we welcome.
Okay. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much. And we had a Peter Vega. Mr. Vega?
Hi there, I'm Pete Vega. I'm at 6901 South Atlantic Avenue. So my house is directly south of the parcel that is in question here. First, I'd like to say that I too am looking forward to Nadia and Tyson being my neighbor. I've met them, they seem very nice, and I really do want to be here to support them in what they're trying to accomplish. So I want to be very clear about that. And I agree with what Ms. Sullivan just said. I'm also looking forward to them building a nice house that's going to enhance the property values in the area. But I also have to say, based on Mr. Mills' comments, you have the same concerns that I have. That I've had that house, and I've been there for a little over 6 years, and every year, whether you believe in global warming or not, it seems like we continue to get more and more surf that are hitting the rocks that are behind our home. And for that, I actually have some concerns about my house because it seems like every year we get a higher and higher tide rise. So I think the concerns that I have are the same, that we're encroaching on the beach and we're encroaching on the parking side, on the front side, and that has been an issue in the neighborhood since I've been there. You can't really park on the street. The front yards are very small. In my particular case, I have an 1,800 square foot house, and my house actually, we park underneath the house, so it's raised up high enough to park under the house. I'm all for them building something that's going to help beautify the neighborhood, and I'm really looking forward to having them as neighbors. But I'm grateful to hear that you guys have some of the same concerns that I do about the actual construction itself. And I do think there's going to be a compromise here that you guys will figure out and work with them as builders. And ultimately, we're looking forward to having great neighbors. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right. We have someone on the phone, you said?
No, sir. There's no one online.
Okay, anybody on the web?
No, sir.
No. Okay. We're going to close the floor for public participation. I don't have it. Okay. I must have lost it. Come on forward, sir. If you can fill out another form, because I don't think I have it. All right, unless I put it up here.
I'm John Geronimo. I'm at 901 Sheepshead. I was not here last time, so I actually don't even know what went on. This conversation before was kind of enlightening. I have a couple of concerns. I'm actually maybe and opposed, and maybe is 1 and 3, because I think you've just heard that traditionally, when you have properties like this, the setback is based upon the plane of all the average setbacks. Unfortunately, the applicant submitted no information about what the adjacent property setbacks are. So to determine what the front setback could be using that criteria of the average of the adjacencies, you can't tell. Likewise, on the number 3, you can't tell either because they didn't submit any data that shows what the setbacks from the ocean are. But if in fact the setbacks that they're requesting, and the variance they're requesting for 1 and 3 are within those planes of the facades of the adjacent houses, I'm not opposed to that. I mean, that's the way we work. I'm an architect, that's the way we work. I am opposed to number 2. I live at 901 Sheepshead. I bought a 50 by 100 corner lot. I had to choose which was 15 and which was 50. My house is 18 feet wide. It's 1,800 square feet. It does harmonize in the neighborhood. I'm not sure 4,600 feet is harmonizing. But I designed it and I bought it because of one criteria, and that was the view of the ocean. The view of the ocean. And that view of the ocean is determined by the viewing corridor that's determined by the setbacks of the homes on both sides. The house in front that is 2,400 square feet and does not comply. They did comply with this 15-foot setback. Everybody on the street has. And so when I look forward, and I designed my house, in fact, the deck does not face east, it faces southeast, because I know at some point someone's going to build a house where the people want to build a house. So I didn't have any problem. I don't have a problem with building a house. I've got a viewing corridor between the yellow house, I guess that's Mr. Vega, and their new house. That's my viewing corridor. When they request that they diminish that, they're diminishing my viewing corridor. And a real estate agent here can tell you when they start to sell lots in that area, if it has an ocean view, it has greater value than those that don't. So if they build in that, they encroach into that viewing corridor, they're taking some of my view and therefore taking some of the value of my home. The other thing, if those setbacks work out where they can do the 48-foot deep house, and they don't get the variances on the south, then it would be 48 by 28, and that would be the house about 4,000 square feet. Now, whether that's, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. I have a problem with them going into my viewing corridor. And I'll just close by, I've got 4 nights in Palm Beach at the Breakers. I have a great room rate at just over $200 a night. I have a nice view of palm trees, sprinkled a bunch of parking lots. Now, if I have the same room on the other side, it's $800 a night.
Okay.
This is one thing.
Okay. Let me see if anybody has any questions for you.
I do have one question.
Mr. Felder.
So you're opposed to the side setback, the one that abuts the walkover?
I can't make a judgment on 1 and 3 because they didn't provide data.
Right.
I'm absolutely opposed to number 2 because it encroaches into the viewing corridor for all the homes on Sheepshead. Every one of those homes' value will be diminished when they lose portion of their viewing corridor.
And do you have any problem with variance 4, the height?
I don't know what they want to use. I don't know why they want to stand up there for, but okay, I don't have a problem with it.
That ocean view.
I would say one other thing. Normally, the way this, when you have a lot that's a problem, my lot was a problem, you don't hire a builder and look at plan books and pick out a set of plans. You hire an architect. They deal with problems that are innate in any lot. I think they should hire an architect. Not me, by the way, I'm not.
All right. Okay. Do we have anyone else that'd like to speak to this case? Okay. Do we have anybody on the web?
No, sir.
Okay. We're going to close. No, we're not. We're going to have Mr. Elkine come back up. It doesn't look like. Mr. Elkine, would you like to come back up and make a rebuttal or answer any questions or continue the talk, or what would you like to do?
I don't take lunch, so.
I don't, because you are taking the case over and it is new to you and whatever, you got a good idea of how we feel about everything. Me personally, I don't know how the other members feel, but if you'd like to get something together that was more reasonable, I don't have any problem with continuing it.
if we say no, they are locked in a year that they don't have.
That's right.
So if
Yeah.
if it's denied, they don't have any opportunity for a year, so, yeah.
That's
but that-
totally up to you
I,
guys.
I did the math while you were taking a break.
I wasn't taking a break.
I know, that was being facetious.
I know.
If I'm doing the math right, from what I'm hearing that my colleagues are demanding, 20 and 20, front and back, oceanfront and A1A side, you're looking at a 20-foot deep house by 38. That's, in my opinion, that's not even buildable.
Is or is not?
Is not.
No, I get it.
So somewhere between that 20 by 38 that you have, that 20 by 38, which is what they're saying they would approve, versus your 43 by 38 is the magic number. Question is, what is that number and how do we get there? And let me, because Mr. Story brought up the whole do the box thing. So if you basically put your, let's call it your lower pylons within a box that's reasonable setbacks that these folks would be comfortable with, you could always cantilever your second and third floors out and achieve your 43 by.
I got it.
That makes sense, because now you've got complete underground parking. You can stack 2 cars at that point because now you've got overhangs on both sides. But that is going to require a visual tool that we could sit here and draw in the sky all day long, and it's not the same as when you bring us. So just to reiterate, if in fact this goes through to a vote and you get denied, it's a year. So, and I know you're aware of that. I just wanted to put that out there again for the record.
And then, Chair, if I may, the 38-foot is the width side, and again, we just heard, a neighboring, adjacent homeowner. I guess, are you directly across the street, Mr. Jerome? Okay. So, but again, now you're talking about that, so just, again.
Yeah, he's talking about the view corridor if he stands out on the street or in the front yard. I would point out that while we have a building setback, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jackson, we can plant some nobody's threatening to do this, so don't take it that way, but a homeowner who likes vegetation like I do could plant lush vegetation all in that setback, and that impacts the view corridor in exactly the same fashion. I'd rather look at vegetation than a house, but I know this is your last case and it's lunchtime. May I literally have 45 seconds?
Sure. Yes.
Pleases you, we would like to continue it. I had, quite frankly, sort of the same thought as I was listening to the conversation is, as I mentioned, we didn't want to be tied to those elevations that were there anyway. So I've heard everything that you've said. I've taken good notes. I think we can come up with a very nice plan that you'll say this works, this meets everybody's concerns. And so if we could continue it now, so Ms. Jackson, I'm hoping it's 1 month and not 2 months, though.
Well, it's difficult to get it in for June because we are finalizing those staff reports now. So it would have to come.
July.
I'm saying it's
May.
difficult.
Right.
It could come in June, not in May,
Yeah.
is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But you might want to have it continued indefinitely in the event that they are unable to get the plans that they want to move forward with within that time period. And we'll take it forward when you have it ready.
Let's set it. They can get it done they can get it done. So yeah, if it pleases the board. I appreciate your comment. I'm just
You would like to continue until June?
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion that we continue case number V-22-043 until the June 2022
I'll second that.
meeting.
Okay, I got a motion to continue V-22-043 until the June meeting. Which date is that?
Can I get the continuance to item number 1 on the June?
Mr. Elkind,
Depends on how many people you bring with you.
I can bring a lot. I can bring a room.
please be aware that our deadline for the June meeting is this coming Wednesday.
Wow.
So it's a very tight time frame. You might be able to have a couple weeks beyond that, but it's very tight. So I highly recommend that you have an open-ended
Okay.
continuance.
But can we then definitely get on July? If we get it into you by the deadline, it'll be on that.
Yeah, it'll give you another month to get things in.
The indefinite doesn't put it indefinite. It's when she's saying when you're ready, you can have it there.
I understand, just
Okay.
making sure as soon as I give it to you, then it goes on whatever agenda
Yeah,
deadline we're
absolutely.
at. Okay.
The only difference is whether or not they have to publish another notice. If you continue to a date certain, you preserve the notice, just like this meeting's notice was preserved from the last meeting's. And then
We do a new notice, it's fairest to the neighbors, there's a new sign, a new notice, they get the date, and they know.
Okay. One of the other things I would like to do is get an idea of the other members here, if there was something that was really burning that they would like to make comments on. I don't want to have to come back up and get that again. Has anybody got anything else to say about what we've heard today?
In addition to what we've heard is what you're asking.
Yeah, in addition, yeah. Yeah. Okay, good?
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
I don't want to throw any surprises on
I really
the next time
appreciate
he
that,
comes
because I
back
don't wanna-
in.
I spoke the most, so, you know.
I mean, okay, so we're gonna make an indefinite continuance on this case? Is that what we're doing? Is that what everybody's
I'll
agreeing on?
modify my motion that we put case V-22-043 onto an indefinite continuation.
And I'll go with that.
Okay. I've got a motion to continue V-22-043 indefinitely from Mr. Costa and a second from Mr. Young. Any discussion on that motion?
No, sir.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was old business. All right, we're winding it down. Any other public items?
No, sir.
Any staff items?
No, sir.
Any staff comments?
No, sir.
Any commission comments?
No, sir.
I gotta retract my no, sir.
Okay.
We have a new staff assistant, Kristen Ray. She just joined us this week, so please
Okay.
welcome her.
All right.
Thank you.
Any commission comments? Any press and citizen comments? This meeting is adjourned. We get paid by the hour? They are.